3, com o tema central Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação no Oceano. Quero também, por favor, quero também convidar ao palco os painelistas, senhor Leandro Pedron, do Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação do Brasil. Retorna ao palco o senhor Inhan Patel, do Departamento de Ciência e Tecnologia da África do Sul. E ainda contamos com a participação remota do senhor Pierre Barrurel, do Mercator International. Por favor, professora Patrícia, iniciemos o painel.
Boa tarde a todos, bem-vindos de volta. Teremos agora, nesse período da tarde, um programa muito interessante, muitas discussões. Vamos iniciar, então, essa mesa e esse painel para falar sobre desafios, oportunidades, colaborações na área de ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Para isso, a gente conta como nosso primeiro apresentador, Leandro Pedron. Leandro é diretor do Departamento de Programas Temáticos vinculados à Secretaria de Políticas e Programas Estratégicos do Ministério de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação e vem se dedicando à área de oceanos, saúde, e também áreas de pesquisa básica. Então, vai ser um prazer enorme ouvir a visão do Leandro. Tem a palavra.
Obrigado, Patrícia. Bom, boa tarde a todas as pessoas aqui. Eu estou acompanhando as discussões desde de manhã cedo e é uma grande honra estar aqui sentado. Primeiro, aprendendo muito, vendo os painéis de de manhã cedo e continuar vendo os andamentos que o O20 fez. Cumprimentar também os painelistas aqui da mesa. E, como você comentou, Patrícia, eu vou, antes de começar a fazer qualquer tipo de fala, dizer que, para mim, o oceano é algo muito... Trabalhar pela pauta oceânica tem sido um pouco recente, então eu me sinto muito honrado e lisonjeado de trabalhar nisso e conseguir contribuir e ver os esforços que têm sido feitos pela academia, pelos setores governamentais há tanto tempo, que nos remetem à sustentabilidade e conservação oceânica. Então, para mim, apesar de ser recente, sou um grande adepto à causa. Dentro do Ministério, quando você fez a primeira fala, destacando do departamento, que é um nome longo, da secretaria, que é um nome longo, envolve políticas, programas estratégicos, temáticos. O que isso tem a ver com o oceano? Quer dizer que uma das melhores partes de trabalhar com isso, de fato, é a agenda oceânica, e é por isso que, dentro do Ministério, eu sempre brinco que agora eu sou gelado e salgado, porque estou aprendendo a lidar com as pesquisas oceânicas e polar. Então, tem sido um grande avanço pessoal mesmo aprender. E não só aprender, mas poder contribuir, estando no governo, poder contribuir com as ações que impactam diretamente a sociedade. Eu acho que, quando falamos em sociedade, tem que falar primeiro do grande avanço que o Brasil fez dentro do G20 com a trilha do G20 Social. Isso acho que foi em palavras do presidente Lula, quando recebeu a presidência do G20, falando que seria um G20 participativo, e essa foi uma diretriz em todos os grupos de governo, e falo especificamente pelos grupos de trabalho que o Ministério de Ciência e Tecnologia acompanhou ao longo do G20, especificamente o Grupo de Pesquisa e Inovação e a iniciativa de Bioeconomia, que o Ministério também fez parte do Core Group, junto com o Ministério das Relações Exteriores, que participou. Então, ter a contribuição da sociedade foi algo muito importante. Às vezes, você estando no governo, você não consegue absorver todas as demandas, todo o apelo social que tem. Então, ter esse G20 participativo, acho que foi uma marca muito grande, um legado muito grande que o Brasil deixou. Então, para além, conectando nas ações de governo, que o O20 também fez, que acho que é justamente essa conexão entre a capacidade científica com a construção de políticas públicas, né? O Communiqué, eu estava dando uma lida por cima, tem essa importância muito grande de trazer essas relevâncias de como o oceano pode cada vez mais fazer parte da construção de políticas públicas. Contribuir e entender. Acho que estamos ainda na fase de... Fico muito feliz que o Oceano está entrando em pauta, mas ele precisa continuar, precisa ter mais ações. Não vou ficar pregando para convertidos, mas a importância que o Oceano tem dentro da regulação Nexo Clima, o que isso impacta dentro das possibilidades de mudança de correntes marítimas que envolvem e nos levam a eventos extremos, como o Brasil presenciou só esse ano, desde seca na Amazônia até as enchentes no Rio Grande do Sul, e essa conexão com o oceano é muito importante. Então, aí eu passo de conversar sempre com a academia, de entender as prioridades científicas e trazer isso para políticas governamentais. Acho que o O20, enquanto grupo de engajamento, teve essa capacidade muito grande de fazer isso e esperamos que isso cada vez continue, tenha continuidade dentro da África do Sul, ano que vem leve esse grupo de engajamento, como, fazendo um disclaimer, a África do Sul também contribuiu, já se comprometeu a levar para frente a iniciativa de bioeconomia. E acho que no painel de manhã cedo, o representante do Ministério das Relações Exteriores trouxe isso, né? O que os inputs, os apontamentos feitos pelo Oceans 20 foram levados para outros grupos do G20. E a iniciativa de bioeconomia não foi diferente, falo com propriedade de causa, porque os 10 princípios, que foi um grande avanço que o Brasil conseguiu fazer, de ter 10 princípios acordados entre as 20 maiores economias do mundo sobre bioeconomia. Bioeconomia não era discutido em nenhum outro fórum multilateral, foi a primeira vez que isso foi discutido. E dentro dos 10 princípios, um deles fala especificamente que a bioeconomia tem que servir ao propósito de atender às demandas de outros acordos multilaterais, especificamente para combate a mudanças climáticas. Então, isso conecta muito com o que o Oceans 20 também vem falando, de trazendo o oceano para a pauta e essa importância de também, dentro da regulação oceano-clima. Quando a gente fala de oceano, estamos surfando na maré, parecia um tiozão fazendo essas piadas, né? Mas surfando no oceano, estando em pauta, a gente, enquanto ministério, para o ano que vem, acabamos de sair agora da Semana Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia, que acho que pode ser destacado como maior feira, evento científico, né, focado para a população mais jovem, para os alunos. Esse ano o tema foram biomas, então foi tratado o oceano, mas para o ano que vem, o tema da Semana Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia vai ser cultura oceânica. Então, é o Ministério dando andamento a essas ações, continuação na divulgação científica, continuação na educação, para que todo mundo entenda seu papel enquanto sociedade e se entenda conectado ao oceano. Né? Acho que essa é uma das funções principais da cultura oceânica, conseguir educar e que cada um entenda de fato seu papel e que as consequências diárias, em qualquer decisão que a gente toma, está conectado com o oceano, está no ar que a gente respira, está na poluição plástica que a gente toma a decisão de ou não ter uma garrafinha de plástico ou não um canudo, enfim, tudo isso. Então, vai entrar no evento do Ministério do ano que vem, no maior evento de divulgação científica que o Ministério faz. E o que nos conecta também com a terceira conferência do Oceano em Nice. A gente teve um avanço muito grande de ter, dentre um dos painéis de discussão da conferência, foi trabalhado enquanto educação, a cooperação científica e educação. Então, eu acho que o Brasil, o que cabe ao Ministério também de continuar levando essa discussão para outros fóruns, como a UNOC, isso vai acontecer, e trabalhando de maneira muito firme, muito próxima ao INPO, de conseguir trazer o oceano para a negociação climática de maneira mais incisiva, mais permanente. Quem sabe, com a COP do Brasil, ano que vem, lá em Belém, a gente consiga talvez ter um pavilhão do oceano. Estamos trabalhando para isso, mas trazer o oceano dentro dessa discussão num papel mais prioritário e mais fonte, mais alvo de políticas públicas que remete de novo ao O20. Então, acho que o trabalho que foram feitos ao longo desses meses de discussão de vocês, a gente tem acompanhado, foi muito importante. Estamos trabalhando para que isso continue, que entre na declaração dos chefes de Estado. Os Sherpas estão lá discutindo isso, mas agradecer o trabalho de todo mundo e destacar que, enquanto Ministério, a gente também tem esse entendimento da importância do oceano e ser parceiro na continuidade das ações. Então, parabéns e obrigado.
O nosso próximo panelista é Irman Patel. Irman Patel já teve aqui no painel anterior, tem um papel muito importante em relação a políticas públicas, estratégias e foco em inovação, sustentabilidade e ambiente. Então, é do Departamento de Ciência e Tecnologia da África do Sul. Então, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Patricia, and again, thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to reflect on science, technology, and innovation in relation to Oceans 20. I want to do three things. One is to kind of briefly look at the communique, which is a very, very good document, and just reinforce a couple of things. Secondly is to share a bit about South Africa's science, technology, and innovation agenda in relation to oceans, and then to marry those two and give some sense of the initial thinking with respect to what can be done in the next round of the Oceans 20 process. Again, on the view that, this is a civil society-driven process, so part of what we need to do is acknowledge where is it that as government we can support it. So first on the communique, which I think is an excellent document, the one thing that kind of struck me, which was very, very useful, is although there's a specific thematic section on science, technology, and innovation, this process has managed to sufficiently mainstream science, technology, and innovation into other areas of focus. That was very interesting. So, for example, in the area around inclusion, as an example, there's the very important but vexed question around ensuring that there's global equity in terms of technology and innovation. There's a very strong emphasis in a number of the themes around ocean literacy, and I think that's something that clearly we would support. We've recently just completed a survey. I'm trying to think about whether we asked any questions around ocean science in a sense, but we think it's a cutting-edge survey where we surveyed about 7,000 South Africans on their understanding of science in a number of areas, because science engagement globally is becoming very important. And part of what I think we're doing at this point in time is we're operating without a sound evidence base on how to tackle science and oceans literacy. So, for example, the survey tried to identify common misconceptions around certain things. And I think that there could be value in developing some kind of a baseline around how different people respond to the oceans and the understanding. So this, I think, like I said, the communique is an excellent document, and the useful thing is it interweaves the science, technology, and innovation into other themes. Specifically around the theme 8, which is on science, technology, and innovation, I think we have a very, very good basis to look at and consider. I mean, it's still early days in terms of our presidency. How is it that we can strengthen some of the kind of 6 areas that's a focus on this? And there are existing platforms. South Africa, usefully because of our location on the southern tip of Africa, has very active engagements both around the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean, and then obviously we have the third, which is the Southern Ocean, allows us to try to weave some of those things together. But so again, I think it's early days, but I would recommend when we in the final session that some of the earlier conversations that we have in the first dialogue process that we would hope to announce later today, where we're going to, will begin to address some of those issues around open standards. For me in particular, I'm very keen on the integrated transdisciplinary science for adaptive governance. So hopefully I'll be keeping an eye around that and working with Juliet and others to be able to look at that. So that's by way of just kind of concluding that we're being handed over a very good document that gives us some very good guidelines on where we need to go to. The challenge is prioritizing within those. So that's still that's still a bit of time away. In terms of South African science, I have mentioned that we are at the southern tip of the African continent, with access to these different oceans, etc. And I think that provides a kind of a unique opportunity to elevate the kind of work that we're doing in terms of ocean science. So there's been a lot of developments, and hopefully we'll be able to share this not only now, but later. But we are investing in quite significantly research infrastructures, which I don't think is mentioned explicitly in here, but arises out of those. For example, the South African Polar Research Infrastructure is under development and being taken forward. We also have the ship, the Gullis. It's a polar vessel and some other research vessels, and we've been in conversations early on around new cruises that will allow us to get a better sense of other things, including the deep ocean. So I think we're well placed in terms of our infrastructure, facilities, etc., to use that experience and look at how is it that we develop global programs. And part of what I think is going to be useful is some of the science governance related matters. How is it that you construct international partnerships? So hopefully that will be something to think about as well, because none of the themes are going to work if there isn't an element of thinking about the institutional arrangements. And we've got some experiences with things like the square kilometer array, etc., that can take us forward. So to end off with some of the areas that I think, like I said, and these are very initial thoughts, and hopefully I see there's no space in the program for feedback, but we welcome an open engagement. So people who have ideas, please feel free to lobby us around some of your areas. But like I said, one of the areas that we're very keen on, not necessarily directly related to science and technology, is building the new generation of ocean professionals. So the ECOPS is a very good program, and so hopefully we will be able to add some momentum to the ECOPS development as we move forward. In terms of the ocean governance and data issues, that also is quite an important priority for us. We're grappling with some of this, and with your partnership, which includes the World Economic Forum that has been thinking about this, that it would be something that we would want to look at. And then continuing some of the transdisciplinary approaches. So how is it that we do science with communities? And this is something we've been grappling with, but at the very highest levels of government, there is a commitment to open science. And I see open standards and open science is here. We've kind of finalized an open science strategy, which we're taking to our own cabinet in the next couple of months here. So there's a number of ingredients that I think we would set us in good stead. I was asked the question over tea, what is the specific priorities? The thing is, most of these areas are priorities, so it's not upfront. We're amenable to engagements to look at what is in the collective interests of the G20, and obviously we would want to add our own flavor to that. But it's very early days, and we look forward to further engagements to help us think through ways that we can most add value in terms of the work of Oceans 20. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Pierre Borrell. He's the Director General of Mercator Ocean International. So please, the screen is yours. No, you are. Now we are hearing.
Yes?
Yes. Can go.
Okay. I was saying thank you for having me remotely, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important meetings of leaders. So I'm very delighted to be with you. I would like to share my screen and to explain that I would like to illustrate something that we are discussing at high level with INPO about the best way to use this momentum that we're having with Mercator to move to intergovernmental and having a platform that would really foster the best science on different continents and see how we can transform science into action. So I would like to illustrate this, and thanks, I have a special thanks for Sebjin and James for the invitation. So it's all about having this organization that is fully dedicated to digital ocean systems and information services, that is Mercator Ocean, and move to intergovernmental. And I'll explain why I'm sharing this with you. This organization has been there since a while, and your institutions and many institutions in Brazil, but also in every G20 countries, we have partnerships with your institutions. So we are delivering ocean prediction on global scale, which is all about data, real time, and real analysis as well. We are proposing services that are all general interest to support national initiatives for developing added value for the users. Everything is open and free, and we are supporting organizations such as the European Commission, for instance, in implementing ocean programs, but also IOC and UNESCO. And this is where the international collaboration is very, very important. It has been created by institutions from 5 different European countries. We are 100 today, and we have partnership on every continent. And the discussion we're having with INPO is to realize that, of course, we have started this ocean prediction development since a while. The first thing was to develop the scientific foundation. We have a very good network of people where we can share the knowledge, the skills, and this is the fundamental science. We have added, after 10 years, all the operational infrastructures, the services, the systems to share, to generate data and share this data. And now we are in the decade where we are taking care of moving this knowledge, these systems towards organizations so that we can transform this science into action. And this is policy and governance. And we are here today with the UN Decade for Ocean Science, the best situation really to combine these three pillars. And with this in mind, the 6 states in Europe, they have decided to use this existing Mercator Ocean organization and transform into the IGO, the Intergovernmental Organization. They are France, Norway, Portugal, Spain, and the UK, and they were blessed, if I can say that, by the European Commission and IOC UNESCO to move forward. And they decided that in 3 years they were able to shape the new governance for this organization. And in red, you have the draft article defining the mission, when you can see that this is based on research to design and develop, operate digital ocean systems, meaning modeling, data simulation, AI, digital twins, all these new tools that are there to generate information that could be shared easily. Promote research, and this is from global to regional scales, and provide a coordination capacity. This is really clear that this is the occasion for this community to have a place, a platform to develop strategy, to connect with the governments, and really transform science, steer the science into action. So this is what we are trying to do, and the goal was to start in 2022 and be ready for the next UN Ocean Conference next summer to create this IGO. So the reason I'm sharing this with you is because with INPO we are trying to build really a bridge to have something that is fully international and set up a win-win situation where we can share our knowledge on one side of the Atlantic. And when we see what we're talking about here in Mercator, we have different mandates, different European and international mandates. So I would like to illustrate briefly just to see what kind of platform we can share and use to work together. If we look at the first slide, this is all about the Copernicus service that is implemented by Mercator and its partners on behalf of the European Commission. This is known. We have this data. They are used to monitor the situation, the environment of the global ocean. We can go regional We can go with time, we can go with the past and the futures, we can generate indicators, report on the state, and everything is open and free. And we have many partnerships in Brazil and beyond where these data are used and we are learning from each other about it. So this is one example. So on the screen you have the situation for today. But it's useful to understand that these systems is using a network of expert centers to provide this data. So we are very much prepared to interpret this kind of system of systems with other components that could be on other continents, and this is exactly what we have in mind. So we are serving thousands of users worldwide. We are reaching different sectoral activities from blue economy to research to other things. But this is really the thing that we need to have in mind is that this is a network of pan-European network of expert teams, operational teams that are generating this data. We are sharing everything and then we are disseminating. And we are really prepared to interconnect with other initiatives of this kind. And this is why we have started to talk with the governments in the G7 level on behalf of the European Commission. So we are acting on behalf of the European Commission here. And so for the moment, this is chaired by Italy. So we are there to understand how the priorities defined by the countries, G7, for instance, invest on observations for supporting these new services and think about the development of digital twins to support decision makers. It is something that we try to transform into plan and research investigations to support this. So Mercator is already a platform talking to governments, and we are also involved with you in the G20. So this is one example of the data then going to the governments. Then we go back to the international landscape, and we are working for the UN, the IOC UNESCO UN Decade, where we have implemented the ocean prediction collaborative centers, meaning that we are bringing together the global community, playing with this numerical oceanography, ocean modeling, data simulation, digital twins, and we are combining different things. So you have a series of logos on this map, meaning that are already a committed community. But this is also organized in UN Decade in programs. So this is the coast predict that will be presented by Professor Pinar Electoral. This is DITO, and we heard Martin Gisbeck in the previous panel is one of the fathers of DITO, and FORCI, which is the scientific program to develop all this advanced modeling and data simulation, and Brazil is one of the leading countries in this program. And so we are gathering every program, project, and entities to think about a new era of this operational oceanography, these ocean predictions, to do something which is completely worldwide. So this is one model we have with the IOC UNESCO Ocean Prediction DCC Decade Collaborative Center. And the last example is the one about digital twin ocean. Not only we are proposing this collaboration, but we try also to set up something at the European level, which is a robust infrastructure for hosting services. So this is what is the European branch of the UN Decade DITO, and this is called European Digital Twin Operation, EDITO. And if we look at the concept is really to move from this Copernicus data push service into an interactive situation where we can dialogue with this digital ocean, bridging digital ocean systems, creating and sharing support evidence-based decision making. So this is really this idea that is behind. And if we look at this movie, you see that we want to interconnect things, the satellites, the in-situ observations that are fundamental, the initiative that could be coastal, or you have one example from our colleagues from the Terrace in the Netherlands and one from CMCC in Italy, where you see that we can identify different components that are running well, and we want to interconnect all the dots of this digital ecosystem so that we could offer a full navigation for everyone. But not only this, not only connecting the systems to have a full digital ocean description, but also generating, hosting applications that could be used by users. For instance, this is the example of a plastic tracker. Imagine you're in Nice at the UN Ocean Conference and you want to see the origin of the plastic that you find on the beach. Then with this digital twin ocean, this one or another one, you can see the origin, or here the impact of throwing a plastic bottle in the sea. So we are connecting the knowledge of science into something that is fully digital to then host services that would help the decision makers, users, but also citizens to understand and play with this digital ocean. So that's the goal. And back to this to the discussion we have today with INPO, when we will create, and this will be done next summer, this IGO, we invite member states, founding member states to join this. This is really the goal is to have governance which is representative of what we are doing in Europe. And you have on the right the objective that have been decided by these member states. But in yellow, I want to highlight the fact that from the start, we want to have this platform fully connected with every continent. And we have started very promising discussion with INPO and Brazil to have a partnership so that we can start this IGO with a partnership with INPO, meaning all the country go with all the Brazilian institutions, and do the same on every continent. And this is something that is really important for me because I would like to open the door for an organization where we have really this worldwide international science research that is connecting to this platform where you can strategize, decide, plan, and act. And that is connecting to the member states, G7, G20, and beyond, and do it at this level. So we are using this momentum to do this. And practically, what it means is that we are about to sign with INPO MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, to really clearly set these objectives and the way forward. And when this IGO will be created, we will be created with this partnership already set to drive us in this direction of international development. So it can be exploited in the G7, and it has already been mentioned in the G7 discussion that this is the objective, and it could also be exploited maybe in this Oceans 20 discussion. So this is what I hope, and this is my last slide to say that next time we will meet at the UN Ocean Conference. It will be in June 25 in France, and we have three. This is a response to the three colors of the star on the organization, the systems, and the people. The goal for us is to arrive there with this intergovernmental governance for this intercultural organization with this partnership with INPO and others, with you in G20. We want to have these systems, the Copernicus and the digital twin system that will be demonstrated, and the interoperability between the different systems that is a key element that we want to illustrate. And we want also to have a global mobilization of ocean forecasters, the people, the knowledgeable people, the ones that are really committed to deliver something and go for the next 5 years to for the next phase of the second half of the UN decade, but also all the elements that we want to deliver before 2030. All this community being identified, recognized, and identified as competent to deliver. And this is all of you plus many others. So that's the goal. I wish I could see you all in Nice, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So estamos chegando ao final do nosso painel em Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, para sumarizar um pouco do que foi discutido aqui e agora. Eu acho que foram colocadas questões fundamentais voltadas para a importância da cooperação internacional, do compartilhamento de dados, e ciência aberta, para subsidiar decisões baseadas em evidências que vão ser importantes para o desenvolvimento de políticas públicas, aspectos relacionados e colocados sobre a formação de recursos humanos na área, outro aspecto essencial para as pesquisas oceânicas. Então, pensar nas nossas novas gerações de cientistas e profissionais voltados para as pesquisas oceânicas é um ponto essencial. E também, como colocado, a questão da bioeconomia, da questão de divulgação científica, que são pilares essenciais para o envolvimento da comunidade de uma ciência voltada para a diminuição das desigualdades sociais e voltada, então, para o engajamento da sociedade, para pensar, estar informada e, de fato, contribuir para as pesquisas e para as prioridades de pesquisas na área. Então, eu acho que esse foi um painel muito rico. Gostaria de agradecer aos 3 participantes e muito obrigada pela atenção.
Os nossos agradecimentos aos integrantes deste painel. Por favor, vamos à foto oficial. Isso, pode ser aqui próximo ao telão, o nosso convidado internacional também participa. Thank you very much, obrigado. Vamos ao painel de número 4. Quero convidar a senhora Patrícia Furtado, da Aquamater, para moderar este painel com o tema Economia baseada no Oceano. Como painelistas, convido o senhor Flávio Andrade, CEO da Oceanpat Brasil, e o almirante de esquadra e sempre botafoguense, Ilques Barbosa Júnior, assessor da Fundação Getúlio Vargas. No formato online, temos a participação da senhora Claire Joly, da Organização para a Cooperação e Desenvolvimento Econômico, OCDE.
Alô.
A palavra, moderadora Patrícia.
Já comecei antes, né? Isso aqui é uma festa, estar no meio não só de 2 colegas, mas eu diria de 2 amigos. Temos Claire online, que eu ainda não conheço pessoalmente, mas, Claire, é uma honra tê-la conosco. E, bom, eu levantei porque estou agitada, meio da tarde, é sempre um momento que a gente precisa acordar um pouco, né? Então, começo. Vocês podem sentar, eu é que estou ligada no 220. E motivada já com o título desse painel, quando a Janice me enviou o convite para moderar, e com esse nome, né, o Ocean Based Economy, eu já falei, uau, mais um termo, né? E eu estava até no material que eu mandei para os painelistas pensando, a gente tem a economia do mar, que também é a economia do oceano, tem a economia basada no oceano, a gente tem a economia azul, a gente tem a economia azul sustentável. E o que são todos esses conceitos, né? Eu acho que há algumas definições que se atropelam, há nuances, há interpretações, mas, em geral, o que eu acho importante a gente pensar é essa economia do mar, com as suas indústrias mais tradicionais que vêm do longo tempo, sobretudo pesca, transporte. A gente tem depois essa ideia que o mundo está mudando e como nos adaptarmos para a crise climática, que eu já nem consigo mais chamar de mudança climática. Então, entra toda essa visão da sustentabilidade e da urgência, que é mais de necessidade, de preservar os ecossistemas. E aí a gente também começa a pensar numa economia baseada no oceano, que tem que ter uma visão não só de uma economia de ganho imediato no curto prazo, mas de como isso se dá no longo prazo, com a preservação do que não é um supermercado, mas é a origem da vida, né? O oceano, esse sistema de suporte à vida. E aí a gente pensa, não, mas então a gente também tem que ver a economia azul, aquela que tem que ter a sustentabilidade mesmo no seu eixo. E há quem já diga que a economia do mar sustentável é aquela que ainda seria um passo além, porque a sustentabilidade ela não vem como um adjetivo, mas ela está no core, ela está no centro disso tudo. Mas, esquecendo essas terminologias, o que a gente tem que pensar, né? Existe uma necessidade da economia, e como ela deve ser feita? Não temos mais como fugir da questão da sustentabilidade, e eu digo que, para além disso, da própria regeneração. E é curioso quando a gente pensa que, por muito pouco, em 2015, o ODS 14 não foi retirado da Agenda 2030. E hoje a gente acompanha esse crescimento da economia do oceano, ou dos seus vários outros adjetivos e nomes, com o potencial, com essa geração de centenas de milhões de empregos, mas que também está causando desafios sem precedentes no ecossistema marinho. Se a gente pensa na poluição, na perda da biodiversidade, o enfrentamento de todas as consequências da crise climática, como é que a gente encontra esse equilíbrio que também não é só entre economia e preservação? Estamos aqui no G20 Social, e como a gente olha a necessidade de pensar também no aspecto social mais do que nunca, por todos os impactos que tudo isso gera. Como encontrar, então, esse equilíbrio de uma economia que cresce, com oportunidades que aumentam cada vez mais, no setor da alimentação, com aquacultura, pesca, eletricidade, energia, né, a parte toda do offshore, medicamentos, a gente estava aqui vendo o painel sobre o Deep Sea, quantas descobertas estão sendo feitas com a biotecnologia, transporte, mas qual é a medida disso tudo? Então, a gente já sabe que a transição só se dá com uma governança harmoniosa entre todos esses fatores. E tendo que considerar fundamentalmente as parcerias intersetoriais, intergovernamentais, pensando também na criação de políticas e regulamentações nacionais e internacionais que possam dar conta disso tudo. E é com isso que eu quero abrir agora a palavra e convidar a Claire para falar. E agora, opa, eu já me atrapalhei um pouquinho. Abre para mim, Ilks. Quero apresentar a Claire como se deve, porque é uma honra gigante tê-la aqui conosco para falar sobre isso. Vamos lá. Muito obrigada, Ilks. Claire, vocês me ouvem?
Absolutely. So
Perfect.
Thank you very much for having me in this,
It's really
in
an
this
honor.
panel.
It's really an honor to have you here. So I think I'll speak in Portuguese. You can get the translation, isn't it?
Absolutely. Go ahead. Patricia.
Perfect. So I will go ahead because I need to present you as you deserve. Bom, Claire Joly, ela é a head de Oceano da OCDE, né, que é a Organização para a Cooperação e o Desenvolvimento Econômico, que tem um papel fundamental nesse contexto, monitorando a economia do oceano para oferecer insights e recomendações políticas sobre como equilibrar o desenvolvimento econômico com a saúde do oceano. E tudo isso, claro, com base na ciência e na inovação. Claire, em nosso Oceans 20 Communiqué, compartilhamos uma série de recomendações direcionadas aos líderes do G20 sobre como promover e financiar tanto a economia azul como a proteção dos ecossistemas marinhos. Então, uma primeira pergunta. No cenário global, quais são as principais recomendações políticas da OCDE em prol do desenvolvimento econômico oceânico e do combate à deteriorização da saúde do oceano? The floor is yours.
Well, dear Patricia, thank you very much for the question, and it's a honor to be with you to join this event. So, as you mentioned, the OECD is very active in almost all ocean domains, supporting countries and many ongoing multilateral processes, with internationally comparable statistics, measurement frameworks, and actionable policy advice coming from our different expert teams across the organization. So in this context, the OECD really welcomes actually this new released Ocean 20 communique under Brazilian G20 presidency. And I know you were very much involved, so congratulations on this. The 10 themes are calling for driving economic prosperity, climate action, and security through ocean stewardship cover very well some priorities that we all see from local to global levels. So answering your question, I think first we all recognize that the ocean and the ocean economy are indeed of better governance. Our most recent OECD estimates show that production in volume and value added in most ocean economic activities has kept increasing for the past 25 years, outpacing growth in the rest of the economy. That's quite incredible. This means we have never used and extracted so much from the ocean, nor produced so many products and services to use the ocean. So we have the data showing this now. Our new numbers show that the ocean economy is actually bigger than we thought when we first produced our ocean economy reports. So our economic projections to 2030, 2040, 2050 now, that will be published next March, show further growth for many of the industries with regional differences due in part to climate change impacts and uneven investments. This growth comes with major environmental externalities all over the world, and science and ocean observations are crucial to understand what's coming up. So in terms of priority areas for governments, in response to all of this, we see industries such as shipbuilding, shipping, tourism, fisheries, and aquaculture that need to really step up to become models of sustainability, using ocean resources without compromising future generations. Our OECD work on these different sectors show how ocean industries can actually contribute to achieving net zero emissions if they reduce their environmental footprint. Stopping harmful subsidies in fisheries and supporting the adaptation of coastal cities and regions are also key aspects. One last point that I want to really mention here in terms of some of the big priorities concerns marine protected areas. And I know they came up several times already today. Just 2.2% of territorial waters are under high protection that prohibits extraction. This is insufficient and requires a significant effort from all countries, because beyond MPAs, we need well-protected MPAs, as we hear from scientists, or the 30 by 30 initiative just won't work. So this is something we need to remember. So my final point here is that as part of all the work that we are doing at the OECD, we are preparing some outputs across the organization to support the forthcoming UN Ocean Conference that will take place in Nice, in France. And its follow-up actions. That's where really this is the most important part for us. Some of our new statistics will feed into the UN World Ocean Assessment process, for example. So we have 3 major reports coming up. The ocean economy in 2050, that's going to be a big one, with brand new estimates on the global ocean economy. We will have also a review of fisheries for 2025. And later during the conference, we will launch our guidance for development partners concerning funding tools. So we think the momentum for an equitable ocean economy needs to grow, but we need to be aware of blue washing. And so far, we really look forward to cooperate and support all the G20 countries in their ocean strategies.
Thank you so much, Claire. E depois da fala da Claire, eu tenho muito orgulho e alegria de apresentar aqui o Flávio, CEO da Ocean Pact, que é uma empresa que eu admiro tanto de verdade, pela seriedade que ela tem. E vou apresentar, então, de maneira formal. A Ocean Pact é uma empresa brasileira que oferece serviços para estudo, proteção, monitoramento e uso sustentável dos ecossistemas marinhos para clientes de diversos setores da economia, como óleo e gás, mineração, portuário marítimo, turismo, pesca, aquacultura. Esse é o seu negócio. Paralelamente, a Ocean Pact apoia inúmeros eventos e projetos voltados à proteção de manguezais, ao desenvolvimento de tecnologias inovadoras para mapeamento do oceano. A gente estava falando aqui de dados, né, de compartilhamento de dados, e também a transição energética no mar, ao planejamento espacial marítimo. Ela está muito envolvida com tudo isso. Então, Flávia, a primeira pergunta para você, eu não sei se você tinha um vídeo também que você queria apresentar. Você quer começar com o vídeo ou eu já te ataco com a pergunta?
Eu acho que eu posso atacar a pergunta e o vídeo vai ajudar a provocar aí os temas.
Eu jogo a pergunta
Joga
e você vê.
Joga a pergunta e eu respondo
você vê quando jogar
3
a bola.
slides e um videozinho. Depois, se sobrar tempo, eu falo um pouquinho.
Deve sobrar. A gente tenta acelerar. Eu já sou acelerada, né? Então, vamos lá. Primeira pergunta. Concretamente, como empresas de apoio logístico marinho podem influenciar as indústrias do mar mais tradicionais rumo à transição para uma economia baseada no oceano, na busca equilibrada entre exploração de recursos marinhos e proteção de ecossistemas marinhos e costeiros?
Obrigado. Bom, obrigado, Patrícia. Obrigado a todos. E parabéns pela organização desse encontro aqui tão importante. Essa pergunta tem muito a ver com a nossa missão, por isso que normalmente eu não apresento slide nenhum, mas dessa vez eu quis apresentar para ter a desculpa de passar esse filminho de 3 minutos que a gente vai passar aí. Então, a Ocean Pact tem essa missão, exatamente, né? Tá aqui. A nossa missão é ajudar a sociedade de nossos clientes a conhecer, usar e explorar o litoral, os oceanos e suas riquezas, garantindo sua proteção e conservação ao mesmo tempo. Então, a gente nasceu fazendo isso. Essa missão a gente não escreveu agora, depois que cresceu, não. A gente escreveu isso em 2009. Né? A gente começou a operar mesmo... Ih, o slide andou sozinho, mas não tem problema. Assim, é bom que a gente vai rápido. Então, o que a gente faz? A gente faz isso. A gente tem serviços na área de meio ambiente, serviços submarinos e serviços de logística e engenharia. Para tudo isso, a gente tem navios, tem gente, tem sistemas, tem equipamentos, e tem a inovação e a sustentabilidade abraçando isso tudo que a gente faz para ajudar nossos clientes, claro, e cobrar por isso, né, claro, para que eles possam trabalhar no mar direito, né, garantindo que estão cumprindo as regras, que estão com segurança das pessoas, segurança do meio ambiente, e ajudando também a desenvolver as regras que ainda precisam vir. Né? Tem coisas que vão acontecer no mar que a gente não sabe ainda. Né? Tem os barcos, aviões que voam com efeito solo pertinho do mar, tem a eólica, as ondas, a onda perto da costa, a onda no meio do mar, a aquacultura costeira, a aquacultura no meio do mar, aí entra o Planejamento Espacial Marinho, que é tema de outro painel. Mas, então, aí é uma imagem só para mostrar um pouquinho de tudo que a gente faz. A gente está desde o licenciamento ambiental, a operação de navios de apoio marítimo para a indústria de petróleo, batimetrias e fazer rotas de cabos de fibra ótica no mar. Então, todo mundo que precisa trabalhar no mar, a gente tem um quê de serviço nosso para ajudar a fazer esse serviço bem feito. Eu acho que se encaixa nesse conceito da economia azul. Vamos dizer, a economia do mar migrando para ser uma economia azul, como você estava falando. A economia velha, a economia do mar, aprendendo a olhar o que vai vir pela frente. E é nessa linha que a gente... Bom, isso aí são só exemplos dos equipamentos que a gente tem, navios de operações submarinas, equipamentos para monitoramento do mar. Isso é um glider, ele fica sozinho no mar, medindo, escutando a assinatura acústica da Bacia de Santos, num projeto pedido pelo IBAMA com a Petrobras, uma rosete coletando amostra de água até 3.000 metros de profundidade, barreiras de contenção de óleo. Então, tudo isso é o tipo de coisas que a gente faz. Isso aí, um CTD para medir a dureza do fundo do mar, né? Geotecnia no mar, tudo isso é preciso fazer. E a gente tem um filminho aqui, isso é a nossa base lá no Porto do Açu, um filminho que é autoexplicativo, mostrando aí uma expedição que a gente fez ao Amapá para identificar no bojo dessas questões de perfuração ou não perfuração lá na foz do Amazonas, na margem equatorial, o que a gente tem para colaborar. Né? A gente foi com o objetivo de ver onde instalar antenas de radar, estações de radar, para medir as correntes até 300 quilômetros da costa. Nosso objetivo é ter um dado a mais para aumentar a segurança da operação, se ela for ocorrer. Então, Vou ficar calado aqui 3 minutinhos. Quase cronometrado. Está indo. Tem som? Se pudesse botar o som, não sei se vai ter, né? Observar as dificuldades, as restrições, campanha de características, da identificação das espécies, do acompanhamento da variação da temperatura nas estações do ano, e principalmente, né, o nosso objetivo de instalar os sensores de radar para medir as correntes superficiais, é fundamental. Uma coisa é você estudar com dados existentes, né, com dados de satélite, outra coisa é a gente vir em loco entender como isso vai funcionar.
Eu acho que a gente precisa melhorar para poder ter uma atividade que o pessoal, a população quer, e os políticos estão reclamando muito, né, que querem e tal, para o desenvolvimento do Estado. Mas essa atividade tem que ser feita com cautela e com precaução, né? Porque isso aqui, esse ambiente não tem preço. É um ambiente assim, de sensibilidade máxima. Então, ter o máximo de precaução, o máximo de conhecimento que você conseguir, isso é muito importante.
Pois é, eu acho que a sociedade como um todo tem que entender que para preservar a gente precisa conhecer. Eu acho que a gente precisa de uma plataforma parruda, assim, para dar espaço para os cientistas e a sociedade inteira entender o que se passa lá, para assim poder proteger bem e desenvolver políticas boas e pesquisas do que interessa, né, para melhorar a vida das pessoas, porque no fundo é disso que se trata, né? Valeu, Patrícia. Obrigado pelo espaço aí. Era isso. Então.
Lindo. Feito pelo Instituto Mar Urbano. Lindo vídeo. E agora me volta ao nosso querido almirante Ilques, já estava falando, ícone, que eu estava dizendo ícone da transição energética no mar, no nosso país, assim, ele faz essa cara, mas ele tem tido um leadership incrível com essa agenda aqui. Deixa eu apresentar ele direitinho. Ilques, almirante Ilques. Após uma brilhante carreira na Marinha do Brasil, você tem se dedicado com comprometimento e paixão a diversos projetos voltados ao desenvolvimento da economia baseada no oceano. Entre vários títulos e funções, ele é coordenador de relações institucionais e desenvolvimento de negócios do Cluster Tecnológico Naval do Rio de Janeiro e assessor da presidência da FGV, atuando na FGV Projetos Defesa. E a minha primeira pergunta para ele, que está no campo também de uma área emergente da economia baseada no oceano, tem a ver com defesa e segurança marítima. Então, almirante, defesa e segurança marítima são temas cruciais nessa nossa agenda da economia baseada no oceano, e elas também surgiram, esses temas, dentro das recomendações para as lideranças do G20. Como a FGV tem abordado questões relacionadas à inteligência artificial, ciência de dados, tecnologia e inovação no contexto da digitalização e especialmente em relação à segurança humana, ambiental e cibernética?
Bom, inicialmente, boa tarde. Eu quero cumprimentar a equipe do INPO pela brilhante execução, a complexidade de vários cientistas de vários países, com muitos fusos horários. Realmente é um desafio superlativo. Então, cumprimentar a Janice, o Andrei, o professor Sergem, o Rodolfo, que está por ali. Parabéns. Também cumprimentar a equipe da Fundação Getúlio Vargas, que foi... Eu acompanhei o trabalho pelos e-mails, pelas tratativas, pelas reuniões, um trabalho intenso para que tudo acontecesse como está acontecendo. Bom, Como nós estamos num ambiente oceânico, eu vou posicionar todos que o entendimento do que é o oceano ou oceanos, eu acredito que mesmo a nossa comunidade não tem a dimensão do que qual é a importância do oceano para o nosso planeta. É um centro de gravidade político, estratégico, econômico, sobretudo ambiental e científico. Nós dependemos do oceano, de todas as vertentes que nós possamos imaginar, até pela dimensão de 70 e tantos por cento, 75% do planeta são os oceanos. Então, o impacto que ele acarreta no ambiente terrestre é predominante, e nós estamos vendo isso. Navego como oficial desde 1977 e posso testemunhar, ocular, né, Flávio? Nós navegamos, como o que está acontecendo com a qualidade dos oceanos. O comandante Duarte, ali também, aviador naval, sabe disso. Nós acompanhamos essa transformação, infelizmente, em termos de qualidade decrescente. E de onde é que entra, então, a Fundação Getúlio Vargas nesse estudo no setor defesa? E eu acrescento também segurança, porque nós não podemos imaginar a defesa e a segurança em todas as suas vertentes. Segurança ambiental, segurança energética, segurança alimentar, segurança cibernética, a segurança do conhecimento, do acesso ao conhecimento, a preservação do conhecimento. Nós temos uma fundação que é o terceiro think tank do mundo, primeiro da América Latina. Eu tenho esse privilégio de conviver com expertise de várias áreas e acompanhamos, de forma crescente, a inserção da Fundação Getúlio Vargas no ambiente da Economia Azul. Do ponto de vista da defesa, no Programa de Desenvolvimento de Submarinos, mas também no Planejamento Espacial Marinho, aí entra a segurança ambiental. E nós temos que admitir, com convicção, que essa interação defesa e segurança é muito forte e crescente devido à complexidade das situações do nosso ambiente contemporâneo, com as dificuldades também crescentes da dinâmica, da velocidade com que isso acontece. E considerando os oceanos, a aquamater do nosso planeta, temos que admitir que é um corpo vivo, que transfere informações, transfere tristezas e alegrias nesse planeta, como o nosso corpo humano. E essa realidade de defesa e segurança de um derramamento de óleo, por exemplo, ele impacta do ponto de vista político, do ponto de vista estratégico, econômico, impede a pesca, por exemplo, dificulta o ir e vir, interrompe a economia da costa, cria consequências ambientais que não se sabe quando vai terminar isso. Então, isso, tempos atrás, como ainda comandante da Marinha, eu respondi a um repórter que isso é como se fosse um ataque militar, pelas consequências que ele produz. Só que o ataque militar tem tempo e hora e acaba. Tem um desdobramento. Só que, do ponto de vista ambiental, quando é que ele termina exatamente? Essa preocupação, até do ponto de vista econômico, é fundamental. Quando é que nós podemos retomar a atividade em determinada área, quando terminar o efeito do problema ambiental. Então, essa é uma questão importante. A Fundação Getúlio Vargas, então, se desdobra em várias áreas do conhecimento, da digitalização, da questão cibernética em apoio a instituições federais, e inclusive a companhias de iniciativa privada, de forma muito intensa. Atua na questão da segurança alimentar, interagindo com vários ministérios, várias empresas, com pesquisas de ponta e também na educação básica, formação de pessoal, capacitação de pessoal. Então, sem dúvida nenhuma, e esse foi um dos motivos que eu, interagindo com o INPO, nós estamos fazendo um esforço para aprofundar ainda mais a participação da Fundação nesse ambiente da Economia Azul, para trazer a sua qualidade e a contribuição para essa atividade tão importante para o planeta e, em especial, para o nosso país, o Brasil. Essa é a primeira parte da pergunta.
Obrigada, Ilk, sempre uma aula. E agora eu vou voltar para Claire. Voltamos para Paris. Claire, mas para falar de Brasil agora, né? Apesar de o Brasil ainda não ser membro da OCDE, ele está inserido em seus relatórios estatísticos, inclusive por seu grande envolvimento com a instituição há tantos anos. A pergunta é: como a OCDE enxerga o potencial da economia azul no Brasil? E quais seriam as tendências emergentes e os principais efeitos destas mesmas tendências?
The OECD recognizes that Brazil has a significant potential in developing a robust blue economy based on its extensive coastline, rich marine resources, but also human resources. As Pierre Baudel mentioned in the previous session, you know, there are top scientists, top engineers in Brazil. I know quite a few, and indeed this is an important resource when you want to develop a sustainable ocean economy. So the OECD analysis highlights several emerging trends and their impacts. I'm just going to mention 5 very briefly. The first one, it's the economic contribution of the ocean economy. So I cannot share all the numbers we have at this point based on OECD database, but at least on a regional level, we already have some ideas. There's a report that was just produced by OECD on the state and metropolitan region of Rio de Janeiro, where ocean economic activities there accounted for almost 30%, at least 30% of the state's GDP. That underscores really this substantial role of the ocean in regional economic growth. So that's already one point. In terms of my second point, policy initiatives and governance. Well, Brazil has been very active, and this is something that we see as compared to many other countries. Implementing various policies to promote the blue economy and particularly to enhance governance of critical marine areas such as the Guanabara Bay. I think for us, this is a really good sign going in the right direction for Brazil, but also for other countries. My third point has to do with environmental sustainability, and that really builds up on what the Admiral just said. There are right now dramatic environmental challenges in Brazil, such as pollution from plastics, waste generation. In cities like Pelotas, these issues are identified already as primary environmental impacts. And all this links back to the point on policy initiatives. We need targeted interventions to mitigate adverse effects of many of the activities. I think that's going to be a position for Brazil to take on. My fourth point has to do with climate resilience. Climate-related threats are growing faster. We all see this all over the world, including sea level rise. This is not theory anymore. Floods, droughts. Here, the OECD advocates a resilient, inclusive, sustainable, and circular, the risk-proof ocean economy to enhance climate resilience. And there, I think there are lots of discussions to be had with different Brazilian stakeholders. And the final point, in terms of some of the important trends here, where Brazil is actually quite active, it's in terms of investment and development. Significant investments are being directed right now towards accelerating the ocean economy in Brazil. So going back to what I was saying about industries needing to step up in mitigating their negative impacts, we believe that investment packages should not ignore environmental externalities and should track the effects of the money flows. That's just one piece of advice. What are the returns on investment for the regions and citizens? So really, Brazil is sort of spearheading many of the activities, and I believe that South Africa, taking over the G20 presidency next year, can actually have a few lessons learned here from Brazil too, as well as other G20 countries. So with this, again, obrigada for being able to be with you.
Muitíssimo obrigada, Claire. Muito bom ouvir você dizer tudo isso. Vou migrar agora novamente para o Flávio. Flávio, como CEO da Ocean Pact, que atende diversos tipos de emergência no mar, você até estava falando das emergências antes, Que recomendações você daria às indústrias marítimas para se prepararem frente aos eventos extremos que resultam da crise climática, como furacões, tempestades, que estão cada vez mais frequentes e intensos, além do aumento do nível do mar?
Obrigado, Patrícia. Bom, essa pergunta é meio... quem sou eu para dar recomendação para todas as indústrias, né, que operam no mar? E não tem uma bala de prata fora do enfrentamento da crise climática, como você mesmo falou no início, né? Então, acho que seria levar a sério as metas e também aos policy makers lá, né? Vamos criar metas atingíveis, né, com segurança, com todos os tipos de segurança, como o Almirante estava bem mencionando, né, para a gente poder vencer isso. Não vai adiantar eu aqui querer vender meu peixe, não, vamos fazer um plano de emergência melhor, porque vai ter mais ressaca e pode ser que tenha mais acidente, então tem que limpar o óleo. Isso não vai adiantar. Então, acho que a gente está inserido nesse ponto que, primeiro, todo mundo já sabe que estamos enfrentando a crise climática e que os eventos extremos vão acontecer com mais frequência. Então, é claro que essa parte que eu disse que eu não ia vender meu peixe, não vou mesmo, mas é claro que isso tem que continuar sendo feito como já é, né? Pode melhorar? Pode, tem que todo mundo treinar mais, exercitar mais, mas o foco, né, e aproveitando no que a Claire mencionou, né, não adianta a gente vir com blue washing, né? A gente tem que fazer as coisas que funcionem mesmo, né? A gente fez, como você mencionou no início, né, esse projeto de reflorestamento de manguezal aqui no fundo da Baía de Guanabara, por iniciativa nossa, né? Não lançamos isso em não abateu de nada, não sei. Foi só para a gente entender como é o reflorestamento de manguezal. Agora a gente está num projeto financiado por empresas de petróleo, com verba da ANP, né, essa verba regulamentar aqui no Brasil, que as empresas de petróleo têm que investir 1% do seu faturamento em pesquisa e desenvolvimento no Brasil. Então, agora a gente está com um projeto para medir o carbono capturado nesse reflorestamento, para desenvolver tecnologia de reflorestamento melhor e mais rápido e mais escalável. Isso que a gente sabe que o manguezal traz muito mais do que só a captura de carbono, né? Ele é bom para o mar de qualquer jeito, e lá já teve manguezal antes, a gente está recompondo uma área que foi degradada. Então, eu, na minha burrice de engenheiro, né, não sou biólogo nem oceanógrafo, embora gostasse de ser, eu sou engenheiro naval, sei que isso ruim não pode ser, então resolvemos fazer isso. Então, acho que o jeito da gente influenciar os nossos clientes, acho que é isso, é oferecer ideias. Vamos gastar menos carbono fazendo esse mesmo serviço de aquisição de dados oceanográficos com um veículo à vela ou com um veículo autônomo, em vez de estar queimando diesel e ter 40 pessoas a bordo, vamos deixar só 6 pessoas a bordo e ter 50 em terra, né, acompanhando, vendo os sensores, lendo, operando remotamente, agora que a internet, né, permite isso. Então, esse tipo de coisa é o nosso pequeno papelzinho nesse grande desafio que é... Bom, lembrando que para a navegação mesmo, para os navios, a INPO, no primeiro semestre do ano que vem, vai definir a regra, né, de como os navios vão colaborar para essa redução e, aparentemente, pelo que eu leio, vai ser uma regra dura e impositiva, né? Porque na INPO cada país vota igual, não tem esses direitos de veto. Então, um país pequenininho tem o mesmo voto dos Estados Unidos ou do Brasil ou da China. Então, acho que vai passar uma regra boa, espero, e os navios vão ter que cumprir, e a gente vai estar aqui para ajudar, a fazer a nossa parte para ajudar nisso, nessa logística, em qual é o combustível, na pesquisa, desenvolvimento, inovação e tudo isso. Mas obrigado. Vamos em frente.
Obrigado, Flávio. Quanta coisa, né? Quanta coisa para ser feita. Mas vamos embora. Ilques. O Cluster Tecnológico Naval do Rio de Janeiro busca contribuir para o desenvolvimento de uma economia do mar próspera na região, criando um ambiente de cooperação, parcerias e diálogo para agentes econômicos, públicos e privados. Como você enxerga a importância da cooperação intersetorial para que mais indústrias do mar, no Brasil e no mundo, contribuam para uma economia verdadeiramente azul?
Excelente pergunta, e me dá a oportunidade de mostrar um dos pontos que nós julgamos importante aprimorar na comunidade marítima nacional e internacional, que é a sinergia. O ambiente marítimo, o ambiente do mar, para quem navega, não é um ambiente para impostores. É um ambiente que as pessoas têm que ter bastante conhecimento devido à complexidade do ambiente operacional onde nós trabalhamos. Aquele que blefa, faz o blefe, ele pode pagar com a própria vida. Então, é um ambiente complexo. Estar no ambiente já é complexo, porque o mar pode ficar forte, e quem acha que o mar não fica violento, nunca navegou, nunca viu o que é enfrentar onda de 10 metros, 9 metros, 2, 3, uma semana. Às vezes o navio até resiste, mas a estrutura humana fica combalida, bastante combalida. Então, essa complexidade, ele exige cooperação, impõe cooperação. Se nós observarmos, na própria história da civilização humana, todas as vezes que ocorreram interações, sinergias do ponto de vista ganha-ganha, todos no pódio, o resultado sempre foi espetacular, maravilhoso para a civilização humana. Sagres, que é o exemplo que eu sempre trago à pauta, para que as pessoas possam entender o que significa um país continentalmente falando pequeno, Portugal, ter uma joia como o Brasil, um continente. Angola, Moçambique, até no Japão, influenciando o idioma. Isso nasceu de sinergia. Isso nasceu de cooperação, de todos no pódio, liderança política forte, que é importante, e agregando conhecimentos. Então, o ponto número 1 do nosso ambiente é que todos devam ter a oportunidade de diálogo, de falar. Porque aquele que se julgar o dono da verdade é igual um comandante de um navio, ele é o AIS, ele é o almirante Tamandaré, é o almirante Nelson. Só que o timoneiro dele não é o almirante Nelson. Não sabe cumprir as ordens, que são o navio naufragará. Todos têm que estar sabendo o seu papel e todos cooperando. E esse é um ponto que a comunidade marítima precisa aprender a cooperar mais. Esse é um ponto muito importante. Para vencer essa questão de alterações climáticas, outro ponto importante é negar o negacionismo. É um fenômeno interessante essa questão. Se nós, como marinheiro, né, eu não vou falar como cientista, porque eu não sou cientista. Cientista é nosso querido professor aqui, Carlos Nobre. Então, como é que eu posso imaginar o meu corpo sendo contaminado constantemente por tóxicos, por agressões ao meu sistema imunológico? O corpo vai ficar comprometido. Se nossa residência não for asseada da melhor maneira possível, nós teremos consequências disso. Se nós consumirmos além do que nós podemos ou do que devemos, teremos consequências. Então, 1 bilhão de pessoas consumindo determinado produto tem uma consequência. 8 bilhões de pessoas consumindo, teremos outras consequências. Considerando que um espaço vazio tem que ser preenchido, nunca existe espaço vazio ou vácuo, o nosso planeta vem nos conduzindo com muita oferta e pouca reciprocidade. Nós ainda continuamos com áreas com muita fome, com muita devastação, continuamos com áreas com excesso de consumo, além do que necessário. Esse desequilíbrio provoca o que nós estamos vendo. Acharmos que vamos continuar, vamos dizer, alguns segmentos das sociedades impunes, continuaremos navegando como dantes no quartel de Abrantes, é impossível, inexequível. Todos nós seremos alcançados, como todos são alcançados dentro dos oceanos. Não existem marinheiros que estão no mar calmo, outros estão no mar forte na mesma área. Essa é a realidade que nós temos que saber negar o negacionismo. É por obviedades, com temas diretos. Porque, às vezes, as pessoas de alguns ambientes precisam de palavras diretas para explicar claramente, porque ele não entende a palavra científica. E ele não entendendo, nós vamos tender a regressar para a Inquisição, por períodos de torquemadas. É isso que pode acontecer. Então, o esforço que a comunidade marítima tem que fazer é de convencer, mas com convicção. O que realmente interessa é o desenvolvimento da economia. Interessa muito, sem dúvida nenhuma, senão não vamos sobreviver. Mas não adianta querer sobreviver cortando todo o canavial e não plantando de novo. Não vai faltar cana de açúcar. O momento vai ter um colapso. Essa matemática, nem matemática, a aritmética, tem que ser bem entendida por todos. E no ambiente dos oceanos, existe uma máxima, é o seguinte, né? Tem algumas lendas marinheiras que é bom os senhores saberem. Não se pode assobiar a bordo. Assobiar. Não pode assobiar. Por que não pode assobiar? Vocês têm ideia por quê? E traz o vento. Trazendo o vento, traz o mar. E nenhum marinheiro, que seja marinheiro, quer enfrentar mar grosso. É simples assim. Simples assim. Marinheiro, por tradição, é supersticioso. Não é isso, Duarte? Supersticioso. Demais. Então, todo mastro tem que ter embaixo do mastro uma moeda, porque senão o navio naufraga. Não é isso, comandante? É verdade. Então, teve um navio interessante que tinha na sua câmara do comandante uma imagem de uma santa. O navio viajou anos, até que um dia os ex-comandantes foram lá, o comandante tinha tirado a santa. Eu falei, meu amigo, não faça isso, pelo amor de Deus. Coloca a santa de novo no local. Isso mostra alguns ditados, alguns temas que nos associam à natureza. Os marinheiros ingleses diziam o seguinte: Red sky at night, sailors delight. Red sky at the morning, sailors warning. Não é isso, professora? A Claire está nos entendendo, eu falei em inglês. Muito bem. É isso. Se nós não entendemos que os oceanos são muito mais fortes que nós somos, muito mais, infinitamente maior, nós vamos pagar um preço enorme, e já estamos pagando. Para finalizar, se nós imaginarmos o que Raquel Carson sempre aponta nos seus livros, né, são os famosos rios voadores. Imagina a quantidade de vapor aquecendo o planeta que está subindo. É uma energia que está subindo em gás. Está subindo. Um dia, toda essa água vai descer. É o que acontece no Rio Grande do Sul, acontece em Valência, em Barcelona, Rio de Janeiro. A quantidade de água é absurda, porque nós estamos aquecendo os oceanos. Simples assim. Então, não entender isso é um problema de livre-arbítrio que nos levará ao sofrimento. E aí vai nos levar à correção de conduta. Muito obrigado pela participação.
Difícil fechar esse painel, dá vontade de continuar ouvindo a Claire, o Flávio, o Wilkes. Eu acho que eu fecho só, muito rápido, a gente acho que até já passou, com uma mensagem rápida, que é, a gente fala, painel de economia, né? A gente fala de business. Não existe mais, não dá mais para pensar em business as usual, com curto prazo, com isso. O supermercado não tem mais nada dentro. E por mais que seja claro, quando a gente pensa, tem que preservar o ecossistema, parece quase uma frase de escola, mas não tem jeito. Se não tem, falando aqui de economia do mar, se não tem oceano saudável e vivo, não tem economia. É o primeiro produto da indústria. Tem que pegar a matéria-prima dali para poder fazer alguma coisa. E ou a gente cuida, ou não tem indústria, não tem economia, não tem vida. Então, acho que fecho com essa frase do Wilkes, né? Que eu acho tão bonita. O oceano como centro de gravidade de todos os aspectos da vida. E para que haja uma economia baseada no oceano, é preciso esse olhar de realmente trazer esse foco, esse core, para a sustentabilidade, para a regeneração e, sem cooperação intersetorial, internacional, não há nada. E isso resultou muito claro de todas as recomendações do nosso comuniquê. É a base. Sem estar junto, não se chega a lugar nenhum. Obrigada.
Nossos agradecimentos aos integrantes do painel de número 4. Vamos fazer a foto aqui no... Isso, por favor, junto com a Claire. Mais uma vez, muito obrigado aos integrantes do painel de número 4. Anunciamos o 5º painel deste encontro sobre o nexo entre oceano e clima. Convido ao palco o senhor Andrei Polejac, diretor de Pesquisa e Inovação do Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas Oceânicas, o INPO. Acompanham o Andrei, que será um moderador, por favor, o senhor Carlos Nobre, do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da USP, senhora Letícia Cotrim, da Universidade Estadual do Rio de Janeiro, senhora Juliette Hermes, da Rede de Observação Ambiental da África do Sul. Teremos de forma remota a senhora Nádia Pinardi, da Universidade de Bolonha, Itália. Assim que ela conectar, colocaremos ela no painel. Com a palavra o moderador, senhor Andrei, o diretor Andrei.
Bom, boa tarde a todos, muito obrigado pela presença, pela paciência. Nós agora vamos reverter o assunto que é tema central do comuniquê do Oceans 20, que é o nexo Oceano e Clima. O nexo Oceano e Clima foi, inclusive, o tema central de um dos Diálogos Oceânicos organizado como o evento inaugural do Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas Oceânicas, o INPO, que hospeda o evento de hoje. Nesse sentido, nós temos um painel hoje espetacular, eu diria, com a participação de grandes nomes da pesquisa nacional e internacional. Online nós teremos, em breve, a professora Nádia Pinardi, da Itália, que todos e cada qual trabalham e vêm trabalhando incansavelmente, mostrando a ciência que fundamenta a percepção que todos nós temos hoje sobre a emergência climática. Então, sem maiores delongas, eu queria passar a palavra primeiro ao Dr. Carlos Nobre, do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da USP, da Rede Clima, e já uma vez o meu chefe como secretário nacional de Estado do Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação. Por favor, professor Carlos Nobre, a palavra é sua.
Muito obrigado, Andrei. Fico na dúvida se eu falo inglês ou português. Well, let me switch to English. You know, Janice asked me to talk in English. First, I don't know, not all of you know that I'm not an ocean scientist. I'm a climate scientist, mostly involved with the Amazon. But I want to say, really, what I think it's important to see the connectivity between what's going on in the Amazon and global warming, climate change, and the ocean. I was the first scientist 35 years ago who published 2 articles, Science and Journal of Climate, about the risk of the Amazon, the tipping point of the Amazon. But that first study was only deforestation. So if high deforestation, more than 50%, the Amazon, 50 to 70% of the Amazon forest would turn into a degraded tropical savanna because the dry season would become 6-7 months length. So then after that, I started doing a lot of other studies. And one of the studies was zero deforestation, only global warming. And that study showed if global warming was 3.5 to 4 degrees, then the the Amazon would also go beyond the tipping point, and that tipping point would be mostly because, very warm planet, the tropical North Atlantic becomes very warm, and that would induce dryness of most of the Amazon. And then we did a lot of other work, and now recent work, we show that if deforestation exceeds 25%, today we are at 18% deforestation in the Amazon, and global warming reached 2 to 2.5 degrees, also the Amazon would go beyond the tipping point. So we are very close to the tipping point. And of course, that has a lot to do with the oceans, as we heard many of our colleagues here to talk before. I don't have to tell you, all of you, but the oceans are the main climate driver in the planet. And what we are seeing is really very, very dangerous. All of the oceans are becoming much warmer than even science was predicting a decade ago. In particular, the Atlantic Ocean, we are seeing the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, making the North Atlantic temperature to have reached the record-breaking 2023-24. And when the tropical North Atlantic is warm, it induces a drought in the Amazon, 2005, 2010, 2023-24. Also, warmer global oceans are making natural phenomena like El Nino much stronger. Record-breaking El Nino to 2015-16, at a very strong El Nino 2023-24. So this connectivity between the global warming and the oceans are inducing these huge drivers, really putting the Amazon at the edge of the tipping point. So, and also, for instance, as I mentioned, we have had the record number of droughts, 2005, 2010, 15, 16, 23, 24. All of those droughts are, of course, associated with the ocean temperatures, stronger El Niños, very warm tropical North Atlantic. And this aspect is very, very dangerous because, as you know, and all models are showing the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation there is no way to stop it. And so, if once you reduce the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, as we are seeing, and of course, the Antarctica is going under terrible risk as well. And the melting of the ice sheets, all those things may be very affected. And the melting of the sea ice as well is increasing in the last 3-4 years, record-breaking of this melting. All those things are associated with the oceans interacting with the global climate. So I just want really to emphasize that, if we don't stop the global warming, it will be almost impossible to save the Amazon. And of course, also the risk of the Amazon is this connectivity between the ocean and the land use change. Because once we deforest the Amazon, the degraded pasture recycles much, much less water than the forest. The water recycling of the forest, this is an evolution over tens of millions of years. Just to give you one figure, the Amazon River is the river flow is 220,000 cubic meters per second. And the water vapor that exits the Amazon, we call aerial rivers or flying rivers, is about 200,000, is almost equivalent. And this is due to the recycling of water by the forest. So we are seeing also that reducing. So I'm just saying the connectivity, but of course, even if we are able to stop deforestation, restore, and we are doing that, I don't know if you people realize, but during COP28 in Dubai, Brazil launched the project called Arc of Restoration, BNDES, the Brazil's Development Bank. BNDES launched it. This is to restore 240,000 square kilometers all over southern Amazon, Brazilian Amazon. This is absolutely necessary to save the Amazon. However, at the same time, to save the Amazon, we need to stop global warming very, very soon. And this is the big problem. As you know, I just want to say a few more words here. As you know, we have reached 1.5 degrees warming in the last 16 months. Warmest ever. We have to go to the last interglacial period to have this temperature, 120, 130,000 years ago. Still, science trying to explain why the temperature increased 0.3 degrees from 2022 to 2023. Had never happened before. And the oceans are the areas with the highest warming, 2022 to 2023. The Austral Ocean near Antarctica may be associated with the rapid sea ice melting, but also, as I mentioned, the Atlantic, the North Atlantic, record-breaking temperature, and of course, as you know, a lot of these meteorological phenomena in Valencia a few days ago was associated with very warm tropical North Atlantic, and there was the so-called aerial river as well. A lot of this humidity was transported from the Atlantic across Africa and reached Spain. So that's really a big problem. And therefore, let me finish by just saying G20, but also COP29 and COP30 in Brazil within 1 year. If we maintain 1.5 degrees, remember, Paris Agreement, COP26 in Glasgow 2021 said, do not exceed 1.5 degrees. All of you in the oceans, you know, bleaching of the coral reefs. This is really, if we reach 2 degrees, almost 99.9% of coral reef species will become extinct. So COP26 said, not more than 1.5 degrees. And then at that time, what science said at that time? Reduction of emissions by 43% compared to 2019 by 2030. And then net zero emissions by 2050. However, imagine we reach 1.5 degrees in 2026. And then, if we go in this direction, net zero only 2050, we are going to reach 2.5 degrees or more. 2.5 degrees, I will stop here. 2.5 degrees is an ecocide for the planet. We are going to lose the Amazon. We are going to release 200, 300 billion tons of carbon of greenhouse gas from the permafrost, all coral reef species, etc. More than 20 tipping points. So that's what I'm saying. It's absolutely, absolutely mandatory. We have to get to net zero emissions much, much earlier than 2050. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Dr. Carlos Nobre, com essa visão assustadora, mas muito realista, que é uma visão que teremos que combater. E eu vejo online Dr. Nadia Pinardi. I'm so glad to see you online. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And thank you for the effort for getting online to be with us. So let me please introduce you. Dr. Nadia Pinardi is from the University of Bologna in Italy, and she's also coordinating a very interesting program that Pierre Bahurel has shown earlier today, which is the Coast Predict. Please, Dr. Pinardi, the screen floor is yours.
Can I share my presentation?
Absolutely. Just please put it in presentation mode, Dr. Pinardi, please.
I will. Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can see it. Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
So, thank you very much for inviting me, and sorry if I haven't been able to be with you before. I'll stay with you after, if possible. So, what I'm going to tell you is, first of all, let me thank you for the innovative thinking that went behind the organization of this symposium. It's very refreshing to think that Brazil, such an important country, is thinking about G20 and bringing the ocean world and the concerns into the discussion. We need you. We need to do this for us. So, on the other hand, we are trying during the UN decade for ocean sciences to structure ourselves to try to find some solutions. And so here I'm going to illustrate to you an experiment that we launched last year with many of you, where Brazil, South Africa, many other countries, like about 60, are working around. And this is the collective work not only of me, Billy, Joaquin, Emma Eslo, the GUS, UNESCO IOC representative, but and Mered Arriba, Giovanni, but of more than 200 scientists around the world. So we call it the last mile post-predict. So we're finally ready after 3 decades of development of the operational oceanographic system that you probably have seen presented by Pierre Bahurel, who directs one of the most successful global and regional forecasting systems in the world now. We are ready to go to the last mile, which is getting where the ocean meets population and problems. So we are going to devise in the decade a coastal ocean observing and predictive system designed in a global framework, but implemented locally. We hope that it will be responsive and fit for purpose. It will be multidisciplinary and addressing many challenges. So, again, the idea is to have globally replicable solutions, standards, and applications that enhance coastal resilience for both natural and built environments of the coast. So this is the network at the moment. We will enlarge it also soon, but now we are strengthening it and getting input from such a wealth of sites. These are 200 by 200 kilometer square sites where scientists and stakeholders and local stakeholders got together and have expressed their wish to enter into the whole design of this replicable system. And we are going to, for the time being, as I said, is about 66 countries, 130 pilot sites, and we are preparing a memorandum of understanding that will bring us to the level of a community that for sharing ideas and experiences and solutions. We have focused our activities into impact forecasting or impact science. Impact science means that we devise systems that are fit for purpose for specific usage. The generic systems are, clearly part of the scientific endeavor, but we know that as it happened in meteorology, we need to focus on impact forecasting. So our disaster risk reduction real-time forecasting is dedicated to extreme events, the most difficult ones. And impact of climate change on coast is dedicated to downscaling, connecting the rivers to the shelf areas, which is not yet done in a comprehensive and satisfactory way yet. And then we have, all the other topics that people have selected. This is the overall, the overall score of impacts for all these 130 areas. So we know we need to focus on real-time forecasting of extreme events. Most people have that problem, and we want to downscale climate change in an innovative way, so to get the relevant space and time scales. So we have also a user focus. So we are hoping to design these specific systems, but with hopefully a general standard to the different users that will hopefully help us to manage climate change and disasters on the coast, loss of life, make our coast more safe. And so we have here, as you can see, the size of the balls here are denote the major stakeholders as indicated by the 130 pilot sites and the local regional authorities. This is a bit generic, but it's the one that we wanted to show, which is probably different in many countries from management agencies of marine protected areas that are the next ones. But also, we have marine water directives and framework, national agency dealing with this, and national weather and ocean forecast centers, because this community also is a community that realizes that we need to get together in a comprehensive way with our Met community that has solved many of the problems in the atmosphere, and it should share their experience with us. So what is the innovation here? The innovation is really thinking that we need to overcome some technological barriers. And technological barriers are mainly related to computing resources and frameworks in which information can be transferred and not be lost. Normally we lose a lot of information that is actually very useful. So we believe the technology is helping us now to configure a global system that has a cloud digital infrastructure built to maintain and distribute with standards the data that we produce, observational and model data. This cloud system will also enable public-private collaboration that I think is at the basis of a sustainable system for coastal solution. It will also it will also be a sharing environment which will allow to develop replicable solutions. And it will also allow harnessing of opportunities and maybe overcome some north-south differences across the world. Okay, so the Global Coast Cloud will contain all the pillars of the ocean value chain at pilot sites, from real-time ocean observing to customized applications and digital twins. And here I have few examples that we start from. These are not the final ones. These are the ones that are available in the literature, are available from the scientists that have come together. So we have, systems that work with citizen science and river ocean continuum modeling, which is represented here in this small picture, that we have tried to do climate downscaling for ecosystem, where we know that we have to maintain biodiversity, we have to be aware of oxygen situations that may arise as it is here, and so we have prototypes. Then we have systems that can map the hazards from oil releases all around the world. We know how to do this now, and then digital twins, SIGRA, or for nature-based solutions. This is extremely important, and we have few prototypes. Now we want to bring them in our 130 pilot sites and compare the results and understand and provide at the end of the decade a new system, a new global ocean observing system for the coast. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Grazie mille, Dr. Pinardi. Thank you very much. Agora eu passo a palavra à doutora Letícia Cotrim, que é professora de Oceanografia da Universidade Estadual do Rio de Janeiro, também é coordenadora da pós-graduação de Oceanografia, mas é pesquisadora da rede de pesquisa do INPO. Então, por favor, Letícia.
Obrigada, Andrei. Boa tarde a todo mundo. Fico muito contente de estar aqui. Obrigada pelo convite de participar. E vamos falar, né, do Nexo Oceano-Clima. O professor Carlos Nobre já explicou, já mostrou o risco que a gente corre. Eu tenho esse mesmo sentimento de ninguém está fazendo nada. Às vezes eu me sinto igual o Leonardo DiCaprio no filme Não Olhe para Cima, na hora que ele dá um piti na rede de TV, às vezes eu tenho vontade de fazer a mesma coisa. Fico contente de estar aqui, porque a gente está falando a mesma língua. Eu gostei muito do resultado, né, de ter esse communiqué para chegar nas reuniões de alto nível do G20. E eu acho que uma mensagem que a gente tem que levar, de novo, e eu achei ótimo que logo na primeira página a gente fala o oceano está mais quente, que bom que todo mundo já entendeu isso, que isso está aparecendo na mensagem. É bom lembrar que o oceano não vai resfriar tão cedo, de novo, como eu já venho repetindo, nem que venha a fada madrinha do Net Zero e aperte o botão, a gente não tem isso vai ser um processo longo, e é por isso que o oceano tem essa urgência. E nada dessas atividades que estão aqui, elas vão ser possíveis e sustentáveis a longo prazo se, junto com tudo isso, uma economia sustentável, não vier junto uma redução drástica das emissões de gases de efeito estufa, especialmente do consumo de combustíveis fósseis. Não tem outra solução, não temos outra solução. É a transição energética, não é para a gente produzir mais energia eólica, ou produzir mais energia solar, ou termal ou maré motriz, a energia limpa que for, e continuar queimando o óleo do mesmo jeito que a gente faz. Não adianta, não tem, vamos aí para 2,5, iremos para 3, não tem floresta que fique de pé, posso tentar reflorestar o máximo que for possível, posso tentar restaurar todos os ecossistemas de corais, não adianta. E a questão toda, o coral é lindo, a Amazônia é linda, a gente é lindo também. A gente é uma questão de pessoas. O planeta segue aí. O pleno, como já está pleno há 4,5 bilhões de anos. Eu nunca vou parar de repetir isso. É muito importante e que essa mensagem chegue, né, no alto nível do G20, e é muito importante que a gente mantenha esse movimento de informar as pessoas sobre essas iniciativas todas. Né? Esse exemplo, por exemplo, eu acho ótimo, que a professora Pinardi mostrou, do Coast Predict. É uma iniciativa, e mais cedo a gente viu, né, as iniciativas do Mercator Oceano, essa conjunção, esse trabalho conjunto é muito importante. Porque eu, conversando com um colega parceiro de pesquisas na Alemanha, a gente, numa discussão, terminando o projeto científico, a gente chegou nessa conclusão. No oceano, a gente fala, todo mundo, né, os pesquisadores falam a mesma língua, a gente toma várias iniciativas, né, alguns países com mais recursos financeiros, outros com menos, mas existem essas iniciativas todas, mas a gente sempre esbarra no e depois, e depois, e depois. E ele falou, se a gente fosse uma empresa, o problema está conhecido, as soluções, ou seja, ou pelo menos as iniciativas que a gente tem que tomar são conhecidas, todo mundo sabe o que tem que ser feito, que a ciência vem falando isso já há muito tempo. Se a gente funcionasse como uma empresa, a gente já tinha resolvido, já estava no caminho para resolver isso há muito tempo. Então, eu acho que é isso, né? A gente não cansa, porque está dentro da gente, né? Como ideal, como cientista, enfim. Eu acho que isso é tão importante, é importante que isso chegue em todos os níveis no G20, mas que isso chegue nas escolas, que isso chegue para quem ensina nas escolas, é muito importante também. E é isso, entender esse papel que o oceano tem. Agora, o Almirante, que já saiu, ele falou de alguma coisa do... a gente está preparado para um ataque, né, uma coisa militar que a gente sabe que vai acontecer, uma mudança climática a gente também já sabe que vai acontecer, e a gente se prepara para... Né, tem que se preparar estrategicamente para qualquer ameaça, né, à soberania e tudo, e a gente sabe que a mudança climática é uma coisa que está acontecendo, a gente viu os últimos problemas, Rio Grande do Sul, na Espanha, professora Pinardi, eu acho que teve grandes problemas de inundação na Itália também, depois a senhora confirma, mais ou menos ao mesmo tempo que Valência. Pois é. Então, e são coisas onde já tem estudo de atribuição, a última seca do Amazonas também já tem um estudo de atribuição, não foi a culpa do El Niño, né? Então, é a mudança climática, então, sabemos de tudo, então, estamos informados, especialmente, né, quem toma as decisões. Vamos em frente. Eu acho que tem que ter esse esforço agora, nesses próximos dias, para essa mensagem realmente chegar, e a gente atingir, e a gente tomar o caminho, né, dessa ambição de reduzir as emissões dos gases de efeito estufa. Porque, sem isso, a gente não vai muito adiante do que a gente tem hoje. Acho que era isso que eu tinha para falar. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Letícia. E, de fato, as recomendações que emanaram dos diálogos oceânicos, em quase sua totalidade, trouxeram a questão do oceano e do clima, mesmo para financiamentos econômicos e voltados ao oceano. Então, é uma preocupação grande e a informação está disponível e estamos aqui para produzir mais, não é mesmo? With that, I'll turn to English now. So Juliet can take some time to take her heads off and look pretty in the pictures. So we are now passing on the floor and the baton to South Africa. So we have here Juliet Erms. She's from the South African Environmental Observation Network, SION, with whom we have been collaborating for the past decade or so on ocean sciences. And we are so very glad to have you here. So Juliet, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andre, and thank you, Janice and Andre and the team at INPO for putting today together. It's been really, really interesting, and I look forward to seeing the results, and the communiqué is fantastic. So I just wanted to start a little bit by reflecting on what Prof. Nobre had said. I think he really highlighted around the ocean climate nexus, that intrinsic link between the Amazon, the climate, and the ocean, and particularly, the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. But what's really happening in the Atlantic is so closely tied to what's happening south of Africa in the Agulhas Current. And that in turn is tied to what's happening in the Indo-Pacific. And we cannot look at these things in isolation. And I think that's a large part of what we're doing in the Oceans 20 is really taking a holistic approach to understanding this. It's really the only way we're going to come up with solutions. And with South Africa stepping into the Oceans 20 leadership, we're deeply committed to expanding Brazil's legacy and making the ocean climate nexus a driving force for sustainable development, resilience, and prosperity. So really building on the priorities set by Brazil, we're going to focus on critical areas through fostering cooperative science and innovation. If you think, the ocean climate nexus is especially critical for the Southern Hemisphere and for the global South, where the oceans really play a central role in regulating climate and supporting biodiversity and sustaining coastal economies. We know that the vast Southern Ocean acts as a powerful carbon sink and heat reservoir, absorbing a significant portion of the world's CO2 and excess heat. And this process really helps stabilize the global temperatures, but it also puts an immense pressure on the marine ecosystems and ultimately on our coastal communities. In addition to these pressures, climate change has intensified extreme events in the regions, such as tropical cyclones and marine heat waves and storm surges. And addressing the ocean climate nexus in the Southern Hemisphere is essential to building resilience against these impacts, preserving marine health and securing the future of communities that rely on the ocean. And within the South African context, the ocean climate nexus is a really powerful opportunity to drive climate resilience, biodiversity protection, and economic development along our rich coastlines. As one of the most biodiverse regions globally, South Africa's coastal ecosystems are vital for carbon sequestration and regulating the climate, as well as supporting local communities and livelihoods. And so to address these needs effectively, we really look at point 8 of the Ocean 20's communique, fostering cooperative science and innovation, which really provides a critical foundation. So through partnerships in scientific research, technology transfer, and capacity building, South Africa can strengthen its knowledge base and advance data-driven approaches to sustainable ocean management. But in addition, stimulating the public-private philanthropic partnerships is really crucial to our strategy for advancing the ocean climate nexus. Given the significant financial and resource needs for marine conservation, robust partnerships across sectors can help bridge these funding gaps and mobilize resources for impactful ocean initiatives. The public-private partnership can also drive investments in blue economy projects, as we've heard about, such as sustainable agriculture and renewable ocean energy. While philanthropic support can strengthen community-based conservation. And also, as we heard about from Martin, philanthropy can also play a vital role in developing deep-sea research capabilities, which are really, really essential for understanding and protecting this vast and largely unexplored deep ocean. This really requires specialized technologies, vessels, and expertise, often exceeding national budgets. And by aligning these partnerships with national climate policies and marine spatial planning, we can really ensure that economic growth supports ocean sustainability, fostering resilience, ecosystem health, and socio-economic benefits for coastal communities. So finally, our goal, within South Africa is to continue along the path that Brazil has started and to bridge gaps between science and policy, research and industry, and to promote ocean literacy, indigenous knowledge, and inclusive ocean observations using innovative technology, but also accessible low-cost technology. So I'll just finish up with the African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. Likewise, tackling the ocean climate nexus will similarly require the strength of a united global community. South Africa calls on countries, industries, and communities to join hands in this mission, recognizing that lasting progress needs a network of partners committed to shared goals.
I thank you so very much, Juliet. E uma única pergunta que eu gostaria de passar e dar a oportunidade para uma mensagem final de cada um de vocês seria a seguinte. Estamos caminhando com vários elementos importantes no ano que vem, especialmente para a agenda de oceanos e clima. Teremos a COP30 no Brasil, mas também teremos a Conferência dos Oceanos da ONU na França. Temos grandes compromissos ainda não implementados em todos os tratados e acordos internacionais. Qual é a visão de vocês, já que são todos cientistas, qual é a visão de vocês que a ciência poderia mudar nesses processos de implementação dos acordos para que nós pudéssemos correr com as emergências climáticas? Por favor, professor Carlos Nobre.
Well, very briefly, I think I already mentioned before, we have to reduce emissions very, very quickly. But let me tell, just briefly, how many countries are really creating adaptation to the sea level rise? Also, the storm surges, because the meteorological storms over the oceans are becoming so much more frequent and also strong. So in Portuguese we call ressacas. The storm surges are becoming more frequent, etc. So when I ask, are countries being prepared for adaptation? And also because, as you recall, if the temperature reaches 2 degrees, Greenland ice sheets will melt over hundreds of years, and the sea level will be 7 meters higher. So I'm just putting this question: are we prepared, adapting? There are hundreds of millions of people living along the coasts, the ports. To my knowledge, only Rotterdam and New York port are really already changing to adaptation. So that would be my challenge, my question. Are we being prepared for adaptation along the coasts? So that would be my question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nobre. Nadia, can you hear as well while online? Would you take over now, please?
Thank you. Well, I just would follow up from what Professor Nobre has, sorry if I didn't spell well, yes. Nobre has said, the coast is what science can contribute most now to the problem of adaptation. And unfortunately, we still have some issues that are related mainly to the absence of observations that are relevant at relevant space and time scales, on the one hand. On the other, they are also involving low-cost systems. You can't have very expensive systems if you want to expand. And we have also the need for new models that couple, well, I would say that use machine learning to be, instead of repeating myself, what I said before. So overall, I would say science has a big role to play, very big. And the role is to try to address with fundamental basic thinking, rational, very practical problems. And some of them, I think the majority of them, are on the coast. And oceanography traditionally is, an open ocean issue. So we have to become very interdisciplinary, coupled with our friends and colleagues from engineering and other disciplines that normally we don't talk to. So we really have to embrace a much more interdisciplinary and problem-solving pathway. We hope that with all the programs that we do in the UN decade and your effort, we will be able to bring to maturity and help the solution of the ocean climate nexus. Thank you.
Grazie mille, Dr. Pinardi. And not to forget humanities and social sciences. Huh? Letícia, por favor.
Yeah, so continuing, I mean, adaptation is a key issue. What Professor Pinardi said on also the need for observations, and then comes, I just opened the executive summary, and it says here, the ocean sectors have the potential to contribute over $3 trillion annually to the global economy. So let's put this money into motion and to, I mean, again, having this is very, the communique is very good, has this very economic language. So let's put things into an economic language and foster what's needed for adaptation, for cutting fossil fuel emissions, for more quality observations, and then it can be, as Professor Pinardi, it doesn't have to be the super expensive adapted solutions for local needs can also be used, and this fosters innovation and new ideas, new materials, and there are many opportunities coming with this crisis as well. So I guess we have to also to focus on that. And it's lots of money. Probably if the ocean were a country, someone from the G7 would have to step out of the club. So let's use this money for that then.
Thank you, Letícia. And indeed, we have to remember that the G20 was built upon central banks and financial tracks. And then just after a few years, they started the political. And now, from this year onwards, as I heard, we're going to be having the social track. So that is extremely important. And it was a big effort from us coming from science to actually think about finance. And that was something that really moved the needle for the next steps. Juliet, please.
Thanks. So I think one thing that we're really still failing to do is to get the person on the ground to understand the ocean climate nexus. We talk about a just transition, but you look at a miner in Mpumalanga in South Africa, and when you talk to them about the just transition and climate change, they don't understand, and they are worried about their job, their village being destroyed when the mines are closed down. So to talk to them about renewable energy, it's going to take a lot. They can understand, but we need to communicate it in a much better way. And I think the problem lies that it's still being put on the onus of scientists, the majority of whom are terrible at communicating with people who don't know their science. And I think that's fine because they do very good research and it's really important research, but we need to find a way to communicate it better. And I think one thing that we're starting to see is really making a difference is bringing in the early career professionals who seem, the majority of whom generally have much better communication skills. So I think we also need a fundamental shift. We need the pure academia and we need the publications, but this publish or perish route, it's no longer inspiring people to communicate and to support ocean literacy when they have to publish to get their funding. I think we need to think about a fundamental shift in that so that this ocean climate nexus and what we're doing can be better explained. And from that, when the public start to understand more, they're going to be empowered to work to stop the fossil fuel burning, etc. But without that knowledge, they're not.
Thank you, Juliet. So in a nutshell, we have adaptations, we have observations, data, we have finance and investment to achieve that goal, and finally, ocean literacy or communication. And I think that I'm terribly happy to see that all of them are here in this community. So I think we did a good job as a group and looking forward to the future. So I thank you very much, every one of you, for this lovely and terrifying panel. And moving onwards in the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado aos integrantes deste painel. Vamos à foto oficial. A senhora Nádia, ela desconectou. Senhores, estamos Ah, agora voltou. Thank you very much. Obrigado a todos. Conforme a programação, às 16 horas, teremos o intervalo para o coffee break. Então, 16 horas, está na hora, vamos ao coffee break. Daqui a 15 minutos retomamos, 10 minutos, perdão, retomamos os trabalhos do seminário.
Opening up avenues so that women, especially young women, can continue coming into and having a really active and impactful role in marine science and communication. My name is Christine Knaus, and I'm from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and also the Ocean Bridges team with the ECOP program from the United States. I think the most important change that we need to have to normalize women's leadership is to have women in leadership positions and high-up positions so they can make space for younger people and other community women to be part of the science.
Hi, I'm Mariana. I'm from Brazil. I'm the Women's League for the Ocean. And I really would like to see more women involved in leadership positions, and that is normal for us. And by that, we really could benefit from connecting to each other, women helping each other, and also investing in careers for women at the beginning of their journeys, their professional journeys, so we could be more empowered by ourselves to be able to take on those leadership roles.
My name is Matabo Manange from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. The most important change to normalize women's leadership in tackling climate change and advancing ocean science is to make room for women to occupy this space genuinely and authentically. It's not about just appointing a woman into a leadership role. We need to first embrace the diversity in the leadership style. Leadership positions tend to come with a pre-existing mold and from people who have previously occupied that position. And so when someone looks different or doesn't fit, really some resistance to listening and valuing their ideas. To advance, we must create genuine space for women to lead authentically.
This means allowing us to bring unique perspectives and new ideas to the table. If women can bring new life into this world, then I'm pretty sure they can bring new ideas to tackling climate change and advancing ocean science. Let's make room for that change. My name is Juliet Hannes, and I'm from Cape Town in South Africa. And one of the things that we really need to do to be able to normalize women in leadership roles is to empower men to be there, to have a voice and to support us so that they know how they can work with us to ensure that women in leadership roles is the new norm.
This is such a great question, and I'm really honored to be able to give my humble opinion on it. You know, of course, there needs to be change in structures and processes, and there need to be strategies and action plan to really advance this issue. And there's some great examples within the UN system, outside the UN system, of where this is happening. But at the end of the day, we're all people. And we need to be working with girls, young women, boys, young men, so that the notion, that the idea, that the experience of women in ocean science is just completely normal, and people are not even asking questions. And this needs to be reinforced by intergenerational solidarity. So one generation of female scientists is working and inspiring the next. So by the end of this decade, gender equality in ocean science is just something we can take for granted.
I'm Siggy Wilbur, and my suggestion to you to become and to remain really a leader for climate change and the nexus with those is believe in yourself, believe in what you see, because you see that the climate is really affecting people, the earth, the ocean. We need the voice of the women, because women are practical. They don't fool around. They just get down to the action. So continue to do so. All the best. Thank you.
Right, so here we are. We are at an AORIA meeting in Ottawa, Canada, and Juliet Burns, my sister from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the South Atlantic Ocean, and myself, we're here discussing great ideas with early career professionals, and we were so delighted to see the message coming across. And as we reach the G20 Ocean 20 Summit, we will be there showing, presenting, and making the plea for the decision makers to take on board the message we're doing here. Brazil has the lead in the G20 this year, and South Africa is getting the lead for G20 next year. So the ocean unites. We'll be united. We are united. We'll be together forever. The second annual Digital Power of Women Conference this year will be an official side event of Oceans 20 Brazil, that in turn is part of the G20 Social, an initiative started by President Lula. We will feature female perspectives, from early career scientists to senior advisors. Listen to them.
Hi, my name is Nakia Gareng. I work at the Institute of Marine Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. My background is in remote sensing, but broadly in GIS. And I believe the most important thing would be to continue creating a space where women not only have a seat at the table, but we're listening to, continue supporting, continue just opening up avenues so that women, especially young women, can continue coming into and having a really active and impactful role in marine science and community. My name is Christine Canals, and I'm from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and also the Ocean Bridges team with the ECOP program from the United States. I think the most important change that we need to have to normalize women's leadership is to have women in leadership positions and high up positions so they can make space for younger people and other community women to be part of the science. Hi, I'm Mariana. I'm from Brazil. I'm with the Women's League for the Ocean. And I really would like to see more women involved in leadership positions, and that is normal for us. And by that, we really could benefit from connecting to each other, women helping each other, and also investing in careers for women at the beginning of their journeys, their professional journeys, so we could be more empowered by ourselves to be able to take on those leadership roles. My name is Mataba Malanga. I'm the King Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. The most important change to normalize women's leadership in tackling climate change and advancing ocean science is to make room for women to occupy this space genuinely and authentically. It's not about just appointing a woman into a leadership role. We need to first embrace the diversity in the leadership styles. Leadership positions tend to come with a pre-existing mold and from people who have previously occupied that position. And so when someone looks different or doesn't fit into that mold, then there's usually some resistance to listening and valuing their ideas. To advance, we must create genuine space for women to lead authentically. This means allowing us to bring unique perspectives and new ideas to the table. If women can bring new life into this world, then I'm pretty sure they can bring new ideas to tackling climate change and advancing ocean science. Let's make room for that change. My name is Juliet Hannes, and I'm from Cape Town in South Africa. And one of the things that we really need to do to be able to normalize women in leadership roles is to empower men to be there, to have a voice and to support us so that they know how they can work with us to ensure that women in leadership roles is a normal, is the new norm.
This is such a great question, and I'm really honored to be able to give my humble opinion on it. You know, of course, there needs to be change in structures and processes, and there need to be strategies and action plan to really advance this issue. And there's some great examples within the UN system, outside the UN system, of where this is happening. But at the end of the day, we're all people. And we need to be working with girls, young women, boys, young men, so that the notion, that the idea, that the experience of women in ocean science is just completely normal, and people are not even asking questions. And this needs to be reinforced by intergenerational solidarity. So one generation of female scientists is working and inspiring the next. So by the end of this decade, gender equality in ocean science is just something we can take for granted.
I'm Siggy Gruber, and my suggestion to you to become and to remain really a leader for climate change and the nexus with the ocean is believe in yourself, believe in what you see, because you see that the climate is really affecting people, the earth, the ocean. We need the voice of the women, because women are practical. They don't fool around. They just get down to the action. So continue to do so. All the best. Thank you.
Right, so here we are. We are at an AORIA meeting in Ottawa, Canada, and Juliet Burns, my sister from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the South Atlantic Ocean, and myself, we're here discussing great ideas with early career professionals, and we were so delighted to see the message coming across. And as we reach the G20 Ocean 20 Summit, we will be there showing, presenting, and making the plea for the decision makers to take on board the message we're doing here. Brazil has the lead at the G20 this year, and South Africa is getting the lead for G20 next year. So the ocean unites. We'll be united. We are united. We'll be together forever.
The second annual Digital Power of Women Conference this year will be an official side event of Oceans 20 Brazil, that in turn is part of the G20 Social, an initiative started by President Lula.
we will feature female perspectives from early career scientists to senior advisors. Listen to them.
Hi, my name is Nakia Gareg. I work at the Institute of Marine Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. My background is in remote sensing, but broadly in GIS. And I believe the most important thing would be to continue creating a space where women not only have a seat at the table, but we're listening to, continue supporting, continue just opening up avenues so that women, especially young women, can continue coming into and having a really active and impactful role in marine science and communication. My name is Christine Canals, and I'm from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and also the Ocean Bridges team with the ECOP program from the United States. I think the most important change that we need to have to normalize women's leadership is to have women in leadership positions and high-up positions so they can make space for younger people and other community women to be part of the science.
Hi, I'm Mariana. I'm from Brazil. I'm with the Women's League for the Ocean. And I really would like to see more women involved in leadership positions, and that is normal for us. And by that, we really could benefit from connecting to each other, women helping each other, and also investing in careers for women at the beginning of their journeys, their professional journeys, so we could be more empowered by ourselves to be able to take on those leadership roles.
My name is Mataba Malange from the King Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. The most important change to normalize women's leadership in tackling climate change and advancing ocean science is to make room for women to occupy this space genuinely and authentically. It's not about just appointing a woman into a leadership role. We need to first embrace the diversity in the leadership styles. Leadership positions tend to come with a pre-existing mold and from people who have previously occupied that position. And so when someone looks different or doesn't fit into that mold, then there's really some resistance to listening and valuing their ideas. To advance, we must create genuine space for women to lead authentically. This means allowing us to bring unique perspectives and new ideas to the table. If women can bring new life into this world, then I'm pretty sure they can bring new ideas to tackling climate change and advancing ocean science. Let's make room for that change. My name is Juliet Hannes, and I'm from Cape Town in South Africa. And one of the things that we really need to do to be able to normalize women in leadership roles is to empower men to be there, to have a voice and to support us so that they know how they can work with us to ensure that women in leadership roles is the normal, is the new norm.
This is such a great question, and I'm really honored to be able to give my humble opinion on it. You know, of course, there needs to be change in structures and processes, and there need to be strategies and action plan to really advance this issue. And there's some great examples within the UN system, outside the UN system, of where this is happening. But at the end of the day, we're all people. And we need to be working with girls, young women, boys, young men, so that the notion, that the idea, that the experience of women in ocean science is just completely normal, and people are not even asking questions. And this needs to be reinforced by intergenerational solidarity. So one generation of female scientists is working and inspiring the next. So by the end of this decade, gender equality in ocean science is just something we can take for granted.
I'm Siggy Gruber, and my suggestion to you to become and to remain really a leader of climate change and the nexus with the ocean is believe in yourself, believe in what you see, because you see that the climate is really affecting people, the earth, the ocean. We need the voice of the women, because women are practical. They don't fool around. They just get down to the action. So continue to do so. All the best. Thank you.
Right, so here we are. We are at an AORIA meeting in Ottawa, Canada, and Juliet Burns, my sister from the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the South Atlantic Ocean, and myself, we're here discussing great ideas with early career professionals, and we were so delighted to see the message coming across. And as we reach the G20 Ocean 20 Summit, we will be there showing, presenting, and making the plea for the decision makers to take on board the message we're doing here. Brazil has the lead in the G20 this year, and South Africa is getting the lead for G20 next year. So the ocean unites. We'll be united. We are united. We'll be together forever. The second annual Digital Power of Women Conference this year will be an official side event of Oceans 20 Brazil, that in turn is part of the G20 Social, an initiative started by President Lula. We will feature female perspectives, from early career scientists to senior advisors. Listen to them.
Hi, my name is Nakia Gareng. I work at the Institute of Marine Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. My background is in remote sensing, but broadly in GIS. And I believe the most important thing would be to continue creating a space where women not only have a seat at the table, but we're listening to, continue supporting, continue just opening up avenues so that women, especially young women, can continue coming into and having a really active and impactful role in marine science and communication. My name is Christine Canals, and I'm from the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, and also the Ocean Bridges team with the ECOP program from the United States. I think the most important change that we need to have to normalize women's leadership is to have women in leadership positions and high-up positions so they can make space for younger people and other community women to be part of the science.
Hi, I'm Mariana. I'm from Brazil. I'm with the Women's League for the Ocean. And I really would like to see more women involved in leadership positions, and that is normal for us. And by that, we really could benefit from connecting to each other, women helping each other, and also investing in careers for women at the beginning of their journeys, their professional journeys, so we could be more empowered by ourselves to be able to take on those leadership roles.
My name is Mataba Malange from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. The most important change to normalize women's leadership in tackling climate change and advancing ocean science is to make room for women to occupy this space genuinely and authentically. It's not about just appointing a woman into a leadership role. We need to first embrace the diversity in the leadership style. Leadership positions tend to come with a pre-existing mold and from people who have previously occupied that position. And so when someone looks different or doesn't fit into that mold, then there's usually some resistance to listening and valuing their ideas. To advance, we must create genuine space for women to lead authentically. This means allowing us to bring unique perspectives and new ideas to the table. If women can bring new life into this world, then I'm pretty sure they can bring new ideas to tackling climate change and advancing ocean science. Let's make room for that change. My name is Juliet Hannes, and I'm from Cape Town in South Africa. And one of the things that we really need to do to be able to normalize women in leadership roles is to empower men to be there, to have a voice and to support us, so that they know how they...
Senhoras e senhores, por favor, queiram retomar ao Centro Cultural para darmos reinício às atividades.
I'm Siggy Gruber, and my suggestion to you to become
Posso pedir um favor? Se eu tirar uma foto minha de lá para cá, para sair a foto luz. Não é na sua máquina, não.
Só que ali está filmando.
Vamos de lá para cá para sair.
Você quer o quê? Vertical ou horizontal?
Pode ser horizontal, por favor. Agora, obrigado. Excelente, menino. Muito boa, obrigado. Mais uma vez, convido aos participantes deste encontro para que retornem ao Centro Cultural para reiniciarmos o painel de número 6. Essa é minha. Retomando os trabalhos, anuncio o painel de número 6 com o tema Planejamento Espacial Marinho. E para moderá-lo, convidamos ao palco a senhora Marinês Scherer, do Ministério do Meio Ambiente e Mudanças Climáticas. A senhora Marinês conduzirá o painel com a senhora Tatiana Silva, da Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul, o senhor Adriano Ranieri, da Oceanpat. Por favor, os nominados. E também teremos a participação online do senhor Andrew Rosenberg, da Universidade de New Hampshire, dos Estados Unidos. Os aplausos recepcionam todos os integrantes deste painel, por favor. Professora Marinês, palavra da senhora.
Muito obrigada. Bom, boa tarde. De novo, agradeço o convite por estar aqui moderando essa mesa de planejamento espacial marinho, que a gente gosta de conversar sobre isso, né? E a ideia vai ser um bate-papo mesmo. Nós vamos falar em português. O Andrew já está online. Hi, Andrew. Good afternoon. E nós vamos falar em português e o Andrew está lá com a tradução simultânea. Eu vou apresentar os três painelistas com um pouquinho mais do que foi falado e depois a gente vai passar para algumas perguntas e respostas e realmente é livre, tá, pessoal? Não é uma pergunta para cada um, não. A gente vai bater um papo. Então, quem está online com a gente é o Dr. Andrew Rosenberg. Ele tem doutorado em Biologia e ampla experiência em Ciência, Conservação e Políticas Públicas. Dirigiu o Center for Science and Democracy, foi cientista-chefe da Conservation International e também atuou no National Marine Fisheries Service. Contribui para importantes avaliações sobre clima e oceanos e integrou conselhos de alto nível, como o Ocean Studies Board da National Academy of Science. A Tatiana Silva, que está aqui ao meu lado, tem doutorado em Oceanografia e é professora associada e vice-diretora do Instituto de Geociências da Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul e atualmente coordena o processo técnico de planejamento espacial marinho na região sul do Brasil. Além disso, coordena o Programa de Gestão Ambiental Portuária em Porto Alegre, integra o pool de experts da ONU em gestão costeira e é membro do Conselho Estadual do Rio Grande do Sul para Adaptação e Resiliência Climática. E meu colega aqui, Adriano Ranieri, é diretor-geral do segmento de serviços da Ocean Pact e tem 25 anos de experiência profissional como consultor nas áreas de meio ambiente, análise de risco e gestão de emergência e crises, para os setores de atividades marítimas, óleo e gás, mineração, dentre outras áreas. Então, bem-vindos à nossa conversa aqui. E a gente primeiro vai começar falando de planejamento espacial marinho. O planejamento espacial marinho ele é um processo de cenários. A gente trabalha com cenários, a gente a gente planeja o que a gente quer para o nosso mar e como a gente vai organizar essas atividades. Só que, pelo painel que a gente acabou de ver, antes da gente, nós estamos no mundo em mudança. Sempre foi, mas agora está com uma mudança bastante acelerada. Então, a nossa primeira conversa aqui vai ser mais em relação a isso, porque a gente, como o planejamento espacial marinho, ele tem esse papel crítico, né, de fomentar a economia azul, e, por ser economia azul, a sustentabilidade ambiental, mas a gente tem essa crescente questões das mudanças do clima, e a gente precisa nos adaptar. E todas as atividades que acontecem no mar, elas dependem dos serviços ecossistêmicos, ou seja, dependem dos ambientes costeiros e marinhos, como eles estão. Só que isso pode mudar. E aí eu vou começar aqui com a Tatiana. E aí, gente, quem quiser responde também. Quando a gente faz essa análise de quais as atividades estão no oceano, como a gente leva em consideração os efeitos das mudanças do clima num cenário futuro do planejamento espacial marinho, Tati?
Vamos lá. Pergunta complexa, vamos tentar colocar ela de uma maneira estruturada, simples e rápida aqui, né? Rápido a gente não garante, mas a gente tenta, né, Adriano? Bom, partindo da ideia que a gente já vem trabalhando muito, né, em entender essa relação dos setores marítimos com serviços ecossistêmicos através de medidas que a gente chama de desempenho. Então, a gente, claro, todo o setor marítimo vai depender, como a Marinês falou, da oferta de serviços ecossistêmicos, vai demandar uma série de serviços para funcionar, e, obviamente, que essa oferta e esse consumo, digamos assim, de serviços ecossistêmicos também vai ser alterado justamente dependendo das mudanças climáticas, né? Então, quando a gente tem isso espacializado, ou seja, eu sei quais são as áreas que são utilizadas ou podem vir a ser utilizadas, porque agora a gente fala em potencial, em futuro, não só de questões climáticas, mas também do uso do próprio oceano, né? Porque o oceano agora se mostra para nós como o nosso grande horizonte de desenvolvimento, uma vez que os continentais já mostram, aí, se não sinais de colapso, mas sinais de um sobreuso, na maioria dos casos. Então, essa seria a nossa grande... Tudo bem que o cenário anterior foi apocalíptico, né, gente? Mas, claro que verdadeiro também. Mas, por outro lado, vendo do ponto de vista positivo, o oceano surge para nós como a nossa grande potencialidade ou possibilidade de crescimento. Então, cada uma dessas relações dos setores marítimos com serviços ecossistêmicos numa base espacial, se a gente sabe que relação é essa, se a gente tem métricas disso para uma medida de desempenho, e a gente sabe justamente como as mudanças climáticas afetam essas relações, a gente pode, então, incorporar isso dentro do nosso processo de planejamento. Adriano?
Alô? Foi. Eu primeiro queria falar que o comuniqué foi muito bom. É só porque eu queria falar comuniqué. Tão chique, né? E eu acho assim, né? Só para a gente dividir um pouquinho com vocês, né? Qual foi a nosso DNA, nossa paixão da Ocean Pact de entrar na participação do PEN, né? Vem exatamente da nossa vocação, né, de estar aí há décadas, mais de 2 décadas, trabalhando dentro do cenário nacional em todo tipo de desenvolvimento envolvido, né, com os mares, os oceanos. E aí é só para dividir que a Tati e a Marinês e o Anderson vão ter muito mais a metodologia profunda, e aí eu vou trazer aqui um pouco do que eu acredito ser os desafios a partir do nosso olhar, né? De quem está lá o dia inteiro, dia após dia, fazendo, né, buscando um negócio sustentável exatamente nesse ambiente. E eu concordo 100% com a Tatiana, porque eu não poderia discordar, né? Ia ficar feio, né? Mas eu concordo mesmo. E para mim, o que é assustador, mas ao mesmo tempo uma motivação fantástica que a gente tem de oportunidade no PEN Brasil, é que a gente pega o mundo numa... Eu não diria na novidade, né, das mudanças climáticas ou da crise climática, eu não diria que é a grande novidade das novas tecnologias, mas a gente vê um ponto de maturação onde isso já não é negado, como falou, né, o Almirante, os dados já estão assim, os resultados daqueles dados que tentaram alertar a gente há décadas atrás, hoje já estão na nossa porta. Então, quem fez, né, e está de super parabéns, PENs, há décadas atrás, não tiveram essa oportunidade de nascer olhando para isso. Então, eu acho que a gente tem hoje o grande desafio de trazer toda essa metodologia, de conseguir ordenar e fazer, né, a cenarização, mas conseguir trazer um pouco como a gente trazer esse cenário mais conturbado ou com variáveis fluidas, interconectadas, né? Porque você vem aí a inovação, tecnologia, aí, a crise climática, um conjunto completamente novo que pode se conectar de formas muito interdependentes, né? E dependentes. Então, eu acho que é um desafio assim que realmente é assustador, mas ao mesmo tempo motivacional, né? Eu não acredito, né? Eu estou aqui num painel honrado de estar aqui, porque eu não sou um estudioso da metodologia como as pessoas que estão aqui, né? Mas eu acredito que essas variáveis a gente vai precisar ter um pouco de cabeça aberta, de, no meio do estudo, estar avaliando as próprias metodologias que a gente está utilizando, por precisar de trazer essa visão, né? E aí eu adiciono, aí eu acho que é uma coisa um pouco de conhecimento, de vivência, que eu acho que o PEN, para ter sucesso e para não só integrar isso, ele precisa ter uma interlocução muito grande. A gente precisa conseguir traduzir isso e trazer para a mesa quem é impactado. Sem chegar na ponta, a gente morre, todo mundo de boa vontade, todo mundo quis fazer o melhor, mas acaba que a gente continua precisando fazer um PEN no Brasil, né? Continua sendo um país em desenvolvimento, continua tendo todas as suas pressões sociais, e se o PEN também não pensar nessas pressões sociais e também nessas transições positivas, também perderá uma oportunidade de ser uma ferramenta para isso. Então, esse seria o meu intake aí.
Posso só complementar uma coisinha, pegando carona aqui em algo que o Adriano falou? Se a gente não tivesse passado o que a gente passou no Rio Grande do Sul, certamente a nossa preocupação metodológica com incorporar as mudanças climáticas dentro da estrutura analítica não seria a mesma. Então, acho que, de certa forma, é uma vantagem a gente ter começado agora no meio de algo já caótico, né? Justamente por ter essa vivência, ter sofrido na pele, inclusive, e pensar maneiras de como incorporar isso e ter isso bem abordado lá no final.
Obrigada. Obrigada, gente. Ouvindo vocês dois falar de que é uma oportunidade estar, né, começando o PEN no meio, com essa questão da crise climática mais forte, né, num país que tem todas essas questões sociais. Quando eu era adolescente, menina, eu li um livro que as meninas jogavam o jogo do contente. Quando não era tudo bom, vocês estavam jogando o jogo do contente, né? Então, ainda bem que a gente tem isso para fazer um PEN ainda melhor. Mas eu acho que a gente tem que, exatamente, pegar isso, fazer uma oportunidade, e eu acho que a oportunidade de fazer o Planejamento Espacial Marinho no Brasil, com a dimensão que realmente muito desafiador, mas muito instigante, né? E aí eu vou pedir para o Andrew comentar também essa questão desse fazer um planejamento em um ambiente de mudança, e também já, se ele puder, puxar um pouco, porque essa mudança vai acontecer no oceano, mas essa mudança também vai acontecer muito nas zonas costeiras, e também puxar essa ideia da relação do planejamento espacial marinho com a zona costeira também, com essas estruturas e com tudo que a gente precisa que esteja na zona costeira para dar apoio às atividades marinhas, como isso vai se dar com o ambiente de mudança do clima. Andrew?
Thank you. And thank you very much for the invitation. Can you just confirm that you can hear me reasonably well?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to join you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Of course, this is a topic that is very near and dear to me. Coming from the United States, where we actually don't have a marine spatial plan operably in our coastal zone or in our exclusive economic zone. Some states in the US do have marine spatial plans at limited level. So I'm not certainly coming from a perspective that we have done something and we think others should do it. In fact, I think the places that are most advanced in marine spatial planning are some island states, the European Union, Australia, New Zealand, other places, but unfortunately Canada, but unfortunately not the United States. And so specifically to the question, if we think about what's happening with climate change and current marine management, our current management systems for all activities in the coastal zone and right out through to the deep sea effectively are designed for a stationary environment. In other words, a constant mean and variance. And of course, that no longer holds. And for quite a while, we could get by with assuming a stationary environment, a constant mean and variance to various properties without drastically changing management systems. But I think that is quickly becoming also more difficult to do because the assumption of stationarity just doesn't hold with climate change. So it's not just that the ocean is warming or that acidification is occurring or all of the other features that come along with climate change that we've seen, severe weather, etc. It is that the variance is increasing and is increasing in ways that we haven't necessarily seen yet. And that's extremely challenging for coastal management of any of the activities in the coastal zone and right out into the deep sea. And in fact, that variance is changing rather more rapidly than the mean is changing. So yes, the ocean is warming, but it's becoming highly variable, and that's very hard for managers to deal with. As a former fisheries and marine resource manager in the United States, those are the things that make your head hurt. The variability is much higher. So then if we come to marine spatial planning, why is that particularly relevant in a situation where the variability and central tendency is changing through time? Well, we should think that the alternative that we have is effectively we're not planning for multiple activities in the coastal zone now. So we're really saying, should we have an unplanned system or should we have marine spatial planning? And because the variability and the average conditions are changing and increasing and doing so increasingly rapidly, not planning for the interaction for various activities is really the worst thing you could do in terms of economic development. And if you only plan for each individual activity, say fisheries, where I used to work, or protected species management, or energy development, whatever it might be, and you only plan around that activity and everything is changing around it spatially, temporally, in terms of variability and so on, then that's a recipe for just increasing conflicts, which can never be resolved unless you have some kind of spatial planning framework. So I think that for this topic, we need to think about marine spatial planning versus effectively an unplanned coastal environment. And the fact that if you have a lot of change happening and you don't have it in the context of a plan that is adaptive and that can deal with increasing variability and so on, then you have a recipe for increasing conflict and probably a huge drag on economic development in the coastal zone. And as I said, unfortunately, I think in the United States, we don't have any kind of comprehensive planning, particularly for energy, but also for many other activities. And that will hinder the ability, and it already is hindering the ability of the US blue economy to develop. And I sincerely hope and trust that will not be the case in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Muito obrigada. E eu acho que as colocações que o Andrew fez, ele falando, e só vinha uma palavra, só vinha uma questão, uma palavra na minha mente, que era um dos princípios, né, do Planejamento Espacial Marinho, é que seja adaptável. Então, a gente também, e isso não é tão fácil, se você vê, se a gente pensar em estrutura normativa, que não é tão facilmente adaptável, isso não é tão fácil de fazer como a gente pode pensar, dizer, não, a gente só adapta, não é bem assim. Mas a gente tem que começar a realmente, inclusive, pensar nossas estruturas administrativas, políticas, normativas, nessa adaptação e para conseguir acomodar essas mudanças que cada vez a gente vai ter mais, tanto no oceano quanto na zona costeira, e isso é conectado. Aí eu vou pedir se a Tati quiser fazer algum comentário sobre essa conexão, oceano, zona costeira, essas questões que vão mudar.
Sim. Eu acho que o Andrew trouxe algo que o almirante Hughes falou mais cedo, né, que é a velocidade das mudanças e as variações que a gente está já vivendo agora. E eu acho que isso reflete diretamente no tipo de abordagem que a gente tem de base para não só o Marine Spatial Planning, mas qualquer outro instrumento que seria de ordenamento territorial, né? Então, a gente tem, eu diria no Brasil, com certeza, essa tradição de partir de uma abordagem que é muito analítica, de ter um monitoramento de trocentos parâmetros e não ter a capacidade, muitas vezes, de fazer o alinhamento ou o relacionamento desse parâmetro com os processos que realmente a gente quer medir. Né? Então, eu acho que essa virada de chave, quando a gente traz a base ecossistêmica para dentro desses instrumentos, de ter indicadores que a gente chama de indicadores integrados, que são realmente aqueles que são a ponta, o que realmente nos interessa, que é quais são os benefícios que a gente está tendo do oceano, né? Como os setores marítimos, ao operar, eles trazem benefícios sociais e econômicos e para onde eles estão indo. Então, a gente ainda está muito às cegas nessas relações. Eu acho que um grande esforço, que, claro, agora com o Planejamento Espacial Marinho iniciando no Brasil, a gente vai ser obrigado a propor, né? Mas que eu acho que todos nós, enquanto comunidade, a gente precisa pensar assim, ok, como que sinteticamente a gente pode ter esses indicadores elaborados de uma maneira que a gente não fique preso a ter alterações, digamos assim, a detectar alterações no sistema, que às vezes levam muitos anos, e quando a gente tem um conjunto de dados suficiente, o sistema já mudou, e agora cada vez mais rápido. Né? Então, de ter alternativas aí na maneira com que a gente mede justamente o que nos interessa em termos de status do oceano.
Acho que lembrando a dificuldade da gente estar trabalhando com interações local, regional, nacional, né? Tipo, os valores eles vão impactar de formas diferentes, né? Uma decisão regional impacta um valor local e como é que a gente essa integração.
Ei, se a gente for, agora eu vou puxar uma pena, espero que não saia um urubu, né? Se a gente for olhar...
O urubu está tudo aqui. Eu sou flamenguista.
Desculpa, eu esqueci onde eu estava. Se a gente for olhar especificamente como os dados socioeconômicos são sistematizados, e quando a gente olha para os setores marítimos, a gente funciona bem para os continentais, né? Se a gente tem uma base em nível municipal e tudo, mas como é que a gente faz com o oceano? Né? Então, tem uma ou outra iniciativa, por exemplo, o PIB no mar. Como é que a gente vai agora medir o benefício e para onde ele vai especificamente? Porque ele pode ir muito perto da costa, quase onde a atividade está ocorrendo, ele pode ir para a capital e ele pode ir para o exterior. Então, esse traqueamento aí dos benefícios é algo que a gente precisa prestar atenção e gerar novas formas, né, de ter esses acompanhamentos, digamos assim, mas também, claro que, ok, como eu posso ter avaliações rápidas de que o sistema está me oferecendo os serviços ecossistêmicos que eu preciso e como é que eu detecto, como é que eu tenho sistemas de alerta de que, ok, alguma coisa aqui grave está acontecendo e eu preciso incorporar, então, isso dentro do meu planejamento, seja costeiro, seja marinho.
Eu vou fazer uma sugestão, que eu acho que, às vezes, a gente fica preso em alguns indicadores e métricas muito não vou usar a palavra científica, mas para dizer muito duras. E talvez, muitas vezes, né, que é aquilo que a gente vem dizendo, se a gente pode perguntar para os beneficiários, né? Isso significa as diferentes atividades que usa, as diferentes comunidades, populações, setores econômicos. Estão sentindo alguma mudança? Eles estão perdendo aquela qualidade, aquele sense of place, que a gente chama? Isso está existindo, isso existem metodologias da gente ter um constante acompanhamento disso. Isso pode ser incorporado. Eu acho que, esses dias eu fui perguntada qual é o futuro do PEN. Acho que o futuro do PEN é ouvir mais os setores e as pessoas que se beneficiam. E, nesse sentido, a gente sabe que o PEN pode ser um instrumento disso, de ter esse monitoramento, de entender e ser dinâmico e ser adaptável a partir dessa informação, a partir dessas mudanças que a gente tem. Então, nesse sentido, ele é um instrumento, ou uma política pública de enfrentamento aos efeitos da mudança do clima, né? E a gente tem, inclusive, um jargão em inglês, é Climate Smart, MSP, que é aquele Planejamento Espacial Marinho que pensa nisso. Mas aí, entrando aqui na questão, nós estamos aqui discutindo no ouvinte, que é esse grupo de participação social no contexto, né, das discussões do G20. Aí eu vou voltar para o Andrew. Andrew, essa ideia de que o planejamento espacial marinho pode ser um instrumento de enfrentamento às mudanças do clima, ajudar nessa adaptação às mudanças do clima, você acha que ele se aplica, essa ideia, a todos os países, por exemplo, de um grupo de G20, que, apesar de serem economias que são importantes no mundo, elas têm diferenças entre os países? Será que todos os países poderiam aplicar ou usar essa política pública?
Yes, thank you for the question. I would like to say that I very much agree with your last point before you asked that question, that we should use the information coming from communities, from lived experience, as an important metric on whether, in fact, a marine spatial plan is delivering, as opposed to designing a very complex system of scientific metrics in all cases, which will be very difficult to monitor. Not that you don't want the scientific metrics, but you need to simplify if you're going to adapt a management system. Specifically to the question about whether all of the G20 and, in fact, other nations can use marine spatial planning as a means of adaptation, I would say absolutely yes. I think, in fact, it will be extremely difficult to address climate change without a marine spatial plan in place. And by that, I mean a plan that spatially allocates activities and protections in the coastal zone and out into exclusive economic zone and, in fact, into the deep sea. And I think that will be true for climate mitigation activities, for example, as well as ongoing traditional activities, from fishing to recreation to cultural resources, etc. So if I take one of those examples, and that is climate mitigation, and there's a lot of discussion about marine carbon capture, for example, at the moment, and all of the G20 countries will, in one way or another, likely be trying to look for possibilities for marine carbon capture as well as adaptation planning efforts. And the question becomes, where are you going to do marine carbon capture, and what are its spatial effects on other activities and, in fact, on the functioning of the marine ecosystem in those locales? And unfortunately, much of the discussion of marine carbon capture or CDR, it has gone along the way of many other economic opportunity developments in the ocean, saying, okay, let's figure out how to capture the carbon and possibly to sequester it, and afterwards we'll worry about effects on other activities. So again, it's very much a single sector approach, and the only spatial consideration is, where is the best place for me to use my methodology for marine carbon capture, whether it's increasing primary productivity or it's some other method from the various MCDR possibilities. Well, if you do that, we can guarantee, again, we will have a whole set of unintended effects and increasing conflicts, even as we develop new methods like marine carbon capture. And the same thing will be true for energy development in coastal areas and so forth. So in order to address mitigation issues and to address adaptation, I just can't see how that will proceed in any productive way without having a marine spatial plan in place, and I think that has to be true for all of the G20 countries.
Muito obrigada, Andrew. Eu acho que estamos concordando. Gente, o tempo voou.
Que bom, né?
A gente não tem mais muito tempo, então eu vou pedir para vocês fazerem uma... Agora tá. Desculpa, e o Andrew não está ouvindo, né? Nós não temos muito tempo, então eu vou pedir para vocês fazerem um fechamento, mas acho que ficou claro da importância do planejamento espacial marinho para a negociação, para a minimização de conflitos, para o enfrentamento da mudança do clima. A gente precisa ter um planejamento espacial marinho que a gente escuta os beneficiários, que a gente escuta esses setores e as populações que dependem desses serviços ecossistêmicos, que dependem desses benefícios que traz o planejamento espacial marinho. Então, vou pedir para cada um de vocês fazer uma rápida últimas palavras, com a pergunta que não quer calar, né? Quais são os principais desafios e como é que a gente pode enfrentar isso para implementar um planejamento espacial marinho num país como o Brasil, de dimensões continentais, que seria o mesmo caso para os Estados Unidos, quando começar o seu processo em todo o país, para que a gente tenha esses benefícios, que a gente falou da importância aqui do planejamento espacial marinho. Tati, pode ser a primeira?
Ela nem deu tempo de eu pensar, gente. Bom, vamos lá. Eu acho que eu vou citar mitoasmos aqui, né? Simples para ser útil. Eu acho que dos pontos que foram levantados aqui, o PEN, enquanto uma ferramenta, inclusive, de diálogo entre os setores, é essencial. Os indicadores que a gente precisa usar, eles devem ser não só simples na concepção, e depois alguém vai provavelmente me puxar as orelhas lá depois no final do PEN, caso isso não seja verdade, né? Mas e nesse caso, o uso de uma base ecossistêmica dentro ou melhor dizendo, como um elemento principal ali de composição dos indicadores integrados do PEN, eu acho que seria uma grande recomendação e uma saída para dois aspectos que a gente falou aqui, que seria justamente da comunicação e da integração dos setores, mas também de ter métricas lá da ponta, não necessariamente métricas que são só, digamos assim, de estado de sistema, mas já algo mais evoluído e que integre os setores dentro de uma medida única que seja fácil, então, de comunicar e dialogar e que ainda por cima seja passível, então, de incorporar como as mudanças climáticas afetam todas essas relações aí entre os setores marítimos, os setores com o meio ambiente e com a zona costeira.
Muito obrigada, Tati. Adriano.
Eu acho que só acrescentando o que a Tati falou, eu acho que primeiro o PEN ele tem que se propor o papel das suas expectativas, que a gente tem que lembrar, o PEN não é licenciamento, e a gente pode tirar proveito disso, por ele não ser um documento final, mas um documento fonte, né? Então, eu acho que a gente tem que lembrar disso. Eu acho que a gente tem que fazer todo o processo do PEN buscando não ser ideológico, não entrar no estudo achando que a gente já sabe qual é a solução, mas falta só a explicação científica para aquilo que a gente já acha, né? Porque eu acho que a gente tem que... Essa abertura de diálogo ela tem que ser real, tem que ser aberta. Assim como a gente tem hoje aqui, né, na Ocean 20, com o G20, a gente tem um nível de articulação já mais maduro quando a gente fala de setor público e setor privado. Eu acho que a gente não pode esquecer, e eu sei que eu estou me repetindo e repetindo vocês, mas eu acho que a gente não pode esquecer a população. No final das contas, será um documento onde a gente vai tentar entender quais são as vocações, os desejos, tanto governamentais como da população, para que isso funcione além do papel, para que a gente consiga ganhar engajamento e tração como uma fonte mesmo de mudança. Eu acho que assim, isso que aí fecha.
Muito obrigada, Adriano. E aí eu vou passar para o Andrew fazer as palavras deles finais. Andrew.
Thank you again. This has been an interesting panel. I think that in closing, I would say that in the experiences for marine spatial planning I've been involved in marine management more broadly, it is often taken by, if you say, various constituencies as trying to constrain their activities, that the spatial plan will limit their opportunities. And I think as a spatial plan is developed, we need to change that narrative. Because in fact, in a very uncertain world, with the climate changing, with the variability of conditions changing as well, and with rapidly developing new uses of the ocean, one of the things that a marine spatial plan can do is to provide greater predictability for access for different sectors, for community activities, for different scales of activities, from small scale fishing right up until, to major energy development. All of those sectors need some level of predictability or assurance that in fact they will continue to have access. And in fact, that's also true for conservation areas. We need to ensure that we continue to keep in mind that there are some areas that can be conserved. And so I think the narrative around marine spatial planning should be one of trying to reduce the uncertainty and reduce the anxiety people have about the loss of resource access, the loss of spatial access, that the plan is trying to ensure that people have a place in the coastal zone that they can continue to rely on for their livelihoods, for their recreation, for their culture, for their community sustainability, as opposed to we want to take something away by spatial planning, which I think is a sort of negative narrative. And I do believe, in fact, marine spatial planning can be positive and ensure that kind of access, particularly for those activities that might be seen as, less economically dominant or less culturally or societally dominant in the system. Ensuring continued access is a really critical feature. So thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Andrew. Agradeço muito aos meus colegas pela participação. É sempre muito gostoso a gente conversar sobre isso. E eu acho que só para finalizar, vocês todos falaram sobre isso. Então, o Planejamento Espacial Marinho é um exercício, né, de técnica, é um exercício de aplicar a ciência, mas mais que tudo, e já diz a definição da Unesco, é um processo político. E por política eu estou falando engajamento da população, eu estou falando em comunicação, eu estou falando que é trabalhar com seres humanos e os nossos desejos e o que a gente quer do nosso oceano. Então, muito obrigada pelo convite, muito obrigada por estar aqui nesse painel.
Agradecemos aos integrantes deste painel. Vamos à foto oficial. Excelente, obrigado. Podem retornar aos lugares junto à plateia. O último painel do evento será centrado na passagem dos trabalhos resultantes do O20 durante a presidência brasileira do G20 para a próxima presidência da África do Sul. Convido, por favor, para moderar este último painel, a senhora Janice Trotdois, diretora de Infraestrutura e Operações no Instituto Nacional de Pesquisas Oceânicas. Acompanham a diretora Janice, por favor, os palestrantes da África do Sul, Sr. Irham Patel, do Departamento de Ciência e Tecnologia da África do Sul, Sra. Juliette Hermes, da Rede de Observação Ambiental da África do Sul, e Sra. Yanga Malotana, profissional oceânica em início de carreira, também da África do Sul. Vamos recepcionar os nossos amigos da África do Sul com aplausos, por favor. E retorna ao palco a senhora Patrícia Furtado, da Aquamater, que irá apresentar o resumo dos resultados do Oceans 20. Com a palavra a moderadora, diretora Janice.
Well, it's a bit late in time. People are probably tired, but it really doesn't matter because this is going to be registered for those that are here and those that are not here. So I wish to bring a warm welcome to my colleagues from South Africa and also to Patricia. Patricia has been a very good friend that the ocean brought to me recently. We are fully dedicated in this panel to listen what the expectations from our colleagues from South Africa are with regard to the Oceans 20 process. So this is the reason why I would ask for your indulgence. I want to make a full description of their jobs before we get started. But since we start with Patricia, I will start describing who she really is. Patricia is, first of all and foremost, a dear friend of mine, and I appreciate her work a lot. And Patricia is the founder and CEO of Aquamater. It's, I would say, an enterprise. It's an adventure, isn't it, Patricia? Which is good. And she actively collaborates with the UN organizations such as the Global Compact, Ocean Stewardship Coalition, IOC UNESCO. And she is a great mentor of young entrepreneurs who work with water and ocean, and who have given lectures, and she has also given lectures at international UN events related to water, ocean, and climate. Thank you for your job, Patricia. Imran Patel, my friend, did I pronounce correctly, Patel? My colleague that brings me the honor to be here with us is the Deputy Director General for the past 16 years at the South African Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. His responsibilities include postgraduate support, research infrastructure, targeted research programs, and science missions, such as marine and Antarctic science. Welcome, Iram. It's a pleasure having you here. Juliette Hermes, a very good friend of mine for decades, and I like to say that, is a passionate advocate for sustainable ocean solutions and a leading voice in the movement to make the ocean climate nexus central to global strategies. Juliette's work is driven by a commitment to fostering resilient and inclusive approaches to ocean stewardship, with a focus on supporting developing nations and empowering vulnerable communities. Juliet is also actively engaged in securing partnerships, as we have been experiencing for such a long time, and funding to expand the impact of Oceans 20. She is an inspiration and a collaboration for global ocean action. Thank you for being here. Yanga Malotana, that gives me the pleasure to meet her at this very meeting, is an early career professional in South Africa. And in fact, she, together with other colleagues, I don't know if Mariana is still here. She probably have left already. Yeah. But anyway, Yanga has a focus. I'm trying to find it. She is an energy security and sustainability scholar. Quite an important target that you have. Pursuing her PhD studies at the University of Pretoria. Yanga currently works as a project manager and a communications lead at Emerging Scholars Initiative, ASI, in charge of the future democracies, artificial intelligence, and climate change projects at the University of Pretoria. That's quite a job. Congratulations. The focus of her work includes energy systems, sustainability, climate finance models, and political systems. Welcome to you all. And it's been a great pleasure to getting this meeting organized and making it possible to have this panel completely devoted to South Africa. That is a real pleasure. Having said that, we have in front of us a nautical chart. This is a nautical chart, more than a communique. It's an ocean communique, but it's a nautical chart. This is the map that would help us navigate over the next year. And at the same time, a lighthouse that would tell us which way to go. So without any further ado, let me then ask Patricia to provide us with a few words on why we should consider that document as a nautical chart. So she would dwell upon the main recommendations. And let me just make a point before Patricia starts. I was very pleased this morning when I heard Felipe Hess, our representative from Foreign Affairs, bringing us with such a bright perspective, letting us know that different people under the G20 social are taking those recommendations into account. So Patricia, please give us some good news.
We have many. So maybe I'll ask you, I don't know if I speak in English or I have prepared in Portuguese, but in English. Okay, but it's written in Portuguese, but then I will try to translate it. So let's move on. Oh, I have the... Okay, just to let you know that the communique is the result of, I think people said that before, it's the result of 23 ocean dialogues realized around the world. And we had more than 300 speakers and moderators from these events. We have more than 6,000, and I'm sure that nowadays with the online registrations that are in the internet, we have for sure more than 8,000 already. And so it was, the numbers were really great. And the result, the communique, it's the result of a policy brief form that all event organizers had filled in with their specific recommendations, mainly to the G20 leaders. That was, they had to do that. But we also asked them to send recommendations for the other stakeholders so that we could even listen these other opinions, like how other stakeholders could help and support the G20 leaders on such a huge challenge. So that's the result, and I will move on. That was just an example, for example, just an example of a webinar workshop organized by INPO in Rio on the climate and ocean nexus. Yes, so this is the numbers. Yes, and 34 countries had participated. Here, I just wanted to share that normally we talk a lot about how to find that balance between conservation and the economy. And we have the governance, the stewardship, how will we manage the ocean and find this equilibrium. But as I said before, we have also to consider the social. We are in the G20 social, and we had many recommendations because people were really concerned about the health and the life of all the communities around the world. We cannot not consider people and communities that are in the middle of all these discussions between economy and conservation. As Adriano said before, we're also always talking about government also and the industries, but we have to think of people. So I'll just show you briefly. You have that all written, so I will not stop on that. But so these are the 10 priority areas that you'll find on the report. I don't want to read that, but I just wanted to show you this image because you have to understand that these priority areas, it's not that they were the most important. They are, of course, very important, but they were the way we found to structure all these more than 100 recommendations that arrived. So this is just an invite you to see that they are all connected. And if you miss something inside these 10 priority areas, you will find it inside the recommendations. And sometimes you say, oh, I'm reading the priority area number 1. But then you'll find other recommendations that are also related to the first priority area in another one. So you really have to read and to study this report, this communiqué, as an hyperlink in which everything is interconnected. So these are, I will just stop and speak a little bit more about these 7. They're not exactly recommendations. They're called key messages, because from all these recommendations, these were considered by all the conveners the most strongest messages from the communiqué. So the first is to ensure a clean, healthy, and productive ocean. And this is about the synergy that we must find among many different organizations to work together. For example, as we have mentioned here, the 30 per 30 initiative, the BBNJ treaty, the global treaty on biodiversity. I forgot the name exactly now. So we have to think of that, and it needs a huge effort from all sectors of society to achieve that goal. Then we have expand sustainable systems. I don't remember the title in English exactly, but it talks about seafood. And that was a very important point for us. First of all, because it's a way to fight hunger and poverty. But it's also very important to support economies, little economies, small-scale fisheries, and communities all over the world that are really fighting to survive, but they also create a very important environment for us and to preserve their ecosystems. And these communities must receive all kind of support from the government and the industries. Then we have to promote offshore wind energy. This is a very important topic as well, since our report was addressing a lot energy transition, and offshore wind is seen as one of the most important tools, ways to arrive in that goal. And it's very connected to the other topic, that is improve maritime stewardship for sustainable transports. And they're very connected because even ports, they are investing a lot with some industries. Ports are becoming energy hubs, and they need to produce energy also to give to the transports that are there in the harbors, for example, in order they can use less carbon emission too. So there's a huge connection how offshore wind energy can support the transition of the maritime and the port sector. And it's very important here to promote and to give all kind of support so that we can achieve the IMO goal of arriving in zero emissions by 2050. Then we have to incentivize the ocean finance. Of course, finance is not only one of our priority areas in the communique, but it's also a crossing point. We have one recommendation under each of these other 9 topics, because we cannot achieve anything without having money. So here, there's a huge call for national funds, for multilateral banks to support all this transition that is expected. And improve maritime security. Ilkis have talked before in our other panel about the importance that we have on security. And one issue that was explored is because we have to think of all the cyber attacks, the kinetic attacks that are going on. We have huge challenges now in the Mediterranean Sea, and this is something we really have to take care of, security in all aspects. And then to strengthen global coordination. So here we are talking again about intersectoral, international partnerships, but also giving a lot of importance for global regulations and to consistent policies that can allow all that to work on. And in all these other messages. But it's very important here, a topic that appeared among the recommendations, that the global north must support the global south, not only with knowledge transfer and technical assistance, and not only like giving money, but also understanding that the global south has a lot of power, a lot of knowledge. Maybe it's another knowledge system that still have to be incorporated in the knowledge system of the global north. So we have not only to support, but also to listen to them. And the last thing is the message that it's so important to have scientists, to have research institutes with us, and also to promote more 3 sectors of economy that inside all that appear to be very important, as transportation, energy, and food, for example. And just to conclude, to tell you that from the 23 ocean dialogues, 11 sent these other recommendations for other stakeholders, and we'll publish this report online as soon as possible. So just to conclude, these were the 4 topics that appeared the most inside these recommendations for other stakeholders. And they were addressed mainly to the private sector, to research institutes, to intergovernmental organizations, and civil society. That's it.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Yes, that's the sum of a sum, but you have the document in front of you, so we also have it in digital format if you so wish. Following other speakers and other moderators before, I want to make that a conversation rather than having presentations and asking questions. So if you don't mind, I would like to hear Imran. What are your expectations with regard to the Oceans 20 in South Africa?
Thanks, Janice, and it's a pleasure to serve on this final panel where, as we said, it's not a handover, it's walking this journey with you that started from Indonesia in a sense. Yeah? I mean, so the one expectation, I think Brazil has innovated around the social, bringing the social elements. Not an easy process because there's a lot of integration and learning to be done in a process that has its origins amongst finance ministers, in a sense, you know. G20 is, I don't know, but it's many decades old in a sense. You know? And with it comes a particular culture, etc. So what would be very useful for us to learn is how you navigated some of those difficulties and make it clear. I mean, as I was kind of listening to this, I was thinking about bring my own minister on board because he's going to be championing the G20. But this is not in a way directly related to a government process. We have another precedent. We have something called the S20, which is the science advisors, very much where the science advisors around of the 20 countries have come together, but very much have some sense of independence here. So the first is actually understanding those modalities, because we want to preserve what I think you tried to do, and that is to kind of make sure that the voices are equal. The second is that there's a lot of, I mean, I was just listening to the numbers and whispered to Juliet. I'm thinking Janice, Juliet. It's late in the day. That there's no need for us to repeat. In fact, the word dialogue that we're engaging on might not necessarily be the right terminology, because in a sense, to show progression, the dialogues have happened, in a sense, under your leadership. Yeah? It's been extensive. There's no faulting the fact that it was inclusive, it was open, etc. So the real task then is a dialogue plus approach. How do you then take it forward without necessarily creating another dialogue, another process of dialogue? Yeah? So that's where we would kind of appreciate your sense. If you were the chair for 2 years and you reach this point because you were forced to reach this point, how would you take it forward in the next year? My sense is that there needs to be a sense of, amongst the key recommendations, you need to start looking for the low-hanging fruit and put in place additional subsidiary processes, because the Oceans 20 is not a permanent engagement. It's still a kind of experimentation. That part we'll have to navigate as well within our own setup, what would need to be done. Yeah. So I think some of those are the kind of lessons, and obviously, you know, making sure that we don't reinvent the wheel. There's a lot you've done. You have the networks, etc. So, like you indicated earlier in separate conversations with Juliet and I, there's a well-established structure that we need to bring in and hopefully mobilize South African actors to take it forward. Yeah. So let me leave it at that for now and see what other questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Imran. I would resume what you just said, to which I agree completely. There is one word that really translates what we've done and how we feel about the Oceans 20 is pertainment. We feel like we pertain to something really important that has happened over this year. And having said that, and knowing that Juliet goes to the sea, she surfs, she's a tough lady, how do we take the G20 Ocean 20 engagement group forward? Feel like you're surfing a big wave. Come on, give us the hint.
Yeah. Thanks for that. You know, Imran's spoken a little to that, and I think it goes back again to what we've discussed around communication and how we can really raise the profile of the oceans, or just even the one ocean, at the higher level, and how we can bring, we always talk about science to policy and how we can do that, but we should stop thinking about science to policy. Policy has to be there at the beginning as well, when we start discussing the science. So how can we really elevate what you've done and continue the great communications, but also putting a South African spin on it? And that's something that we need to really focus on in the next few weeks, because we're hoping to really launch our activities with Ocean 20 at the end of March, beginning of April. at the International Conference for Southern Hemisphere Meteorology and Oceanography, which is being hosted in Cape Town then. But I thought really hard about Brazil passing over the baton, and you're not passing over the baton. So I just wanted to say, so we could look at the fact that Brazil has been the lead ship charting up. The journey began in Indonesia, who sparked the Oceans 20 vision, and it gained strength under India's leadership. But now Brazil has been the lead ship, charting the course and steering through challenging waters and setting this pace. Instead of handing over the baton, Brazil will sail alongside us, and we can draw from each other's expertise and strengths, but also be guided by the lighthouse of the communique. And I think that was an analogy I was really trying to fit to you sharing the baton with us.
Thank you so much, Juliet. Well, I must confess that you have been my inspiration when last night I thought that this expression of passing the baton no longer exists with regard to the Oceans 20. What we're doing here, we are sparkling a flame of a torch that we will carry on together. For many reasons, but basically because we pertain to the same environment. That's the South Atlantic, and you have the other side and down below, but in our case, this is exactly what it means. We will be walking together across the Oceans 20 onwards. And to do that, we need new blood, new energy. So without any delay, let me ask Yanga, what are your expectations with regard to the Oceans 20?
The first, I will admit, is perhaps pushing the young blood a bit earlier into the program instead of here at the end. I'm sitting here and I'm counting and I'm seeing, I think there's maybe about 7 of us left in the room. And I feel like that is a reflection really of these very important spaces that affect us and affect our generation. And really us not being able to get together collectively and discuss and engage thoroughly with the incredible work that's actually being done. And so that's just like a little me being mean moment that I think we should have come in a bit earlier, but it's also my jet lag speaking to. This is way past my bedtime. With that being said, I think the biggest expectation I have, and it's perhaps a bit more of a different perspective and not one that's necessarily as technical as what I heard from the different panelists a bit earlier, but one where there's a prioritization of transdisciplinary approaches. I think that the nature of climate change is something that touches everybody, regardless of the type of background that they come from. Whether you are a young person, whether you're an older person, it does not discriminate. What does make it difficult are the man-made systems that we have created for ourselves. And that's how we feel it discriminately, so to speak. Where we know that those who are of a high economic class have got a better means of protecting themselves when there's a flood. But we also know that those that are not, you can't just move your house and go somewhere else. You can't just evacuate and go somewhere else because you just don't have the finances to do that. And so from the perspective of climate finance models, and I'm speaking to my South African people over there, the biggest expectation I have is in our conversation, particularly in South Africa, we tend to focus on mitigation strategies. And I know adaptation is avoided largely because the profit is not immediate. But climate requires adaptation solutions. Otherwise, we're going to be in the same cycle over and over again. And so I think I'm inspired by the different innovations that Brazil has taken towards having those adaptation strategies. But I think it's a task really for the entire G20 community and Oceans 20 community to take that further and really have the conversation about adaptation strategies without running away from it. Because what's the point of pursuing profit when you won't even have an earth to enjoy it on, right? And so that's a big expectation for me. Bigger one for me is ensuring that young people have a voice and continue to have a voice. I'm taking South Africa's context into perspective here, that the 3 top issues that young people will always say they have is an issue of unemployment, education, crime, and poverty. Climate change, in the one study that did this, wasn't even on the list. And yet it's something that can be a solution to those problems. And I think it's so important that you use people like me that enjoy listening to these scientific conversations to bridge that with the policy makers. I think there's fantastic work that's being done in the scientific community, but that language of making it accessible to everyone, and not just accessible in terms of people being aware of the work that you're doing, but practical accessibility. Not having to use the word oceanography, because I can guarantee you there's somebody who's an indigenous person who has a word for how the ocean is behaving and how they can't get the normal food that they used to get before. And it's about meeting them there and where they are, right? And so that transdisciplinary approach, that connectedness, so to speak, right, is absolutely something that I think we can work much harder on the dialogue plus, and the low-hanging fruit aspect of it. The lowest fruit is the young people, I promise you. But yeah.
Very good, very good. And we count on you completely. And all the young people bringing the extra energy that we would require. We are having a highly unbalanced panel. There is just one gentleman.
Which is correct.
Yeah, that's completely correct.
Yeah. We're not the most affected by climate change, so it's fine.
Yeah. So because of that, in my lottery, I will have one extra question for you. No, jokes apart. I know that innovation is an area of your endeavor and your work in South Africa. And then I would ask you, do you believe public-private partnerships under the Oceans 20 theme would be something that we should try to enhance collectively?
I think most definitely. I mean, what I saw was that you had done that fairly successfully with the kind of presentations we had here. And what was the name of the platform? We also have in the current space, and that's why I say under the G20, it will resonate strongly, because under the current leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa, there's a big focus on this partnership between the different sectors. In fact, there's lots of talk about compacts and social compacts and co-determination, etc. So there's a very strong commitment that the kind of problems we have can't be solved by each stakeholder on its own. And we do have existing mechanisms that we can build on quite effectively, because, for example, we have a Business 20 forum, and the chair of the South African Business 20 forum is in fact someone that we work with very closely on vaccines, because he works on he's part of Aspen, which is a pharmaceutical company. So we can very easily, and I was telling Juliet, is to bring the experience that or how the private sector in the Brazilian context saw value in this work, because they're also going through a change, and then to share that with kind of key South African stakeholders, and then co-create with them what is it that needs to be done in a way that is not exploitative, because that's the other challenge. You don't want to get kind of business, the business sector that only sees profit, because business are affected. There are downstream businesses that are affected by the seas. So you also need to open it up to say, who is the business sector? I don't know if that kind of issues were needed to be dealt with under the Oceans 20. But how do you define business? Because there's just so many businesses. And there's also established businesses and there's new businesses. There's small scale fishers and small scale, and how to navigate and manage some of this, I think we would need to do it. But there's no hesitation around the commitment to building a social compact around some of these things. You would need to be able to do that. Yeah. And then on the innovation question, I think in some ways for us, and we share this, I mean, it's well known just from our IORA, which is the All Atlantic Research Alliance, that the Southern Atlantic is understudied. It's under-observed, it's under-managed. And so in some way, I think one of the things we would need to do is lift this discussion that because we're dealing with one ocean, there needs to be a global. It's not because it borders South Africa that it's the responsibility. And there are efforts in this regard, say under IORA, that we need to kind of build on. So again, it's not to duplicate, but to find the touch points with other initiatives in an effective way, in a dynamic way. Keep it light and impact focus. Yeah.
Thank you, Imran. I fully agree with you. We hope, and one of the things that crossed my mind as well, one of the nice exercises we had during this year was the Tuesday 1-hour meetings that we had under Oceans 20. Every Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, we had a meeting, a 1-hour online meeting, and that helped a lot to bring people together, to bring our efforts together. So if I may, one of the recommendations that I would like to leave on the floor was to get our Brazilian colleagues to continue doing that 1-hour meeting on Tuesdays and bring South Africa into those meetings for a while, at least, and probably and hopefully for a whole year, because this is the muscle that we have to have in place, and the best way to choose to show that we have chosen to be together, to continue this exercise together. So without taking much of your time, let me ask for one final pitch from each of you. Can I start with my Brazilian colleague? What's your pitch?
Oh my God. Interconnection. Not pitch, but that word came because we were talking all the time. We have to see all things melted in fusion. So, oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. I was talking about interconnection, and I think it has to do with transdisciplinarity, intersector, international, intergenerational. We have to think how to have everything, every person from all country, from all sector, from all area, from each political area, everyone talking together and seeing how to find the solutions for all the challenges we'll face. So for me, it's that synergy, interconnection, transdisciplinarity. All this.
Thank you, Patricia. You just brought to my mind one of the differences that I personally find between early career professionals and intergenerational dialogues. I think it's more like that because, to be frank with you, we learn a lot from early careers. So it's a dialogue, it's an intergenerational. We provide and we receive. So having said that, I just saw Mariana sitting over there. Mariana was part of an exercise we had in Ottawa recently. I was coaching a group, and I was really inspired by that group. And Mariana was there too. So Mariana meet Yanga, Yanga meet Mariana. So you girls have to be part of the show. So give us
Find me on LinkedIn. I'm there.
Yeah. So one pitch from you, Yanga.
The pitch I have is, don't let us live in a nightmare. The world is already feeling so heavy on us as young people. It already feels so miserable, so hopeless. What's the point of trying to do something? And I'm hearing that, the world is going to end in 2050 because of these carbon emissions, right? But we still have hope. And a lot of energy that I feel like is going to waste because no one's looking at us, no one's listening to us. And we're just asked that the space of Oceans 20 can be an expression of that hope for young people, can be an expression of listen to my ideas, listen to how I think I want my future to look like and my children's future to look like. There's a saying that we have in Xhosa, and I'm going to try my very best to translate it into English, but it's the idea that the land that we live on is not our land. We've borrowed it from our grandchildren. And that is something that a lot of us young people are starting to lose because we feel like it's not even going to be here. But spaces like this are so important because they keep that hope and that fire going. And so that's the only thing I'm pitching for, is keep the space open for us for that hope and for that fire to continue.
Just one thing, because I work a lot with the young, and it's much more. We have to listen to them, but it's much more. They have to sit at the decision makers' table because they have a lot of knowledge and awareness, and they see, let's say, not only the future, but the present sometimes in a way that we adults are not able to see. So it's more than that. I would say you deserve to sit on the tables to take the decisions together.
Welcome.
Just give us a seat, please.
The seat is yours. Juliet, your pitch.
So I would actually take a word from you, and I would say cooperation. Less talk, more action. And I'll finish with that. Yep.
You know that you're my hero, right? And my inspiration, you know that. And it's absolutely true. This word cooperation has to change to something more pragmatic. It's cooperation. I fully agree. Thank you for reminding me of that. Imran, your pitch.
So all the good pitches have been taken. So I'll just look at the one that's been projected all of the time. I think the oceans is still on the sidelines of kind of core policy debates, etc. And so hopefully the pitch is that it will move more to the center of the core G20 process, and the communique may just help us to do that.
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. Yes, indeed, one of the things that we have to bear in mind, we've done a great job. We will continue doing a great job, but we have to be able to strategically communicate with the G20 delegations so that they can have a sentence, a paragraph, some mention to the oceans, to what the oceans mean, to what we have revealed as the need for a permanent dialogue, taking into account the oceans. And in having said that, I think the young and the fresh blood ideas has to be taken into consideration as well. And I was again glad to hear that this has been one of the key points that our president has taken into account with regard to the G20 as a whole. There were some very innovative processes, I must confess. One of them was a group called the Digital Power of Women. I think Patricia and myself, we're both part of it, which means that we'll be working over the weekend. So you'll be resting, we'll be attending another meeting. But that's the facts of life. Thank you so very much for your ideas, your inspiration, your further thoughts, and your commitment, and your appraisal to the work that we have done. And we hope to continue this. I agree with that. It's not a dialogue any longer. It's a multiple conversation for the year to come. So please, a round of applause to our colleagues from South Africa.
Janice, it's the last panel. Those who were here are the warriors who stayed until the end. Can I propose something? Yes. So we had, before Janice was preparing this event, and she said, Patricia, we have to find something to do in the end, because she was still with that idea of passing the baton. And yesterday she called me or sent me a message, I don't remember, saying, Patricia, I found it. It's not about passing the baton, as they have already said. It's we are walking together. So I think that the image we must have in the photo is not just the traditional photo, but it's like, because we are inside the G20 process, and we have, for example, the Sherpa track. So I have that image of the escalators and the Sherpa going there. So somehow we are found in here. It's like the Oceans 20 Sherpa Troika track. I don't know. But it's that idea of, we have a line here, and we have our colleagues from Indonesia too. So it's like we're all together, one supporting the other for the whole process, from Indonesia, passing through India, Brazil, South Africa. And it's not just a line in the logical way. It's like a spiral, I would say. So that's it.
Very inspiring.
I would say to do the photo together.
We'll
really
do
like
that, and we will invite our colleagues from Indonesia to be part of this photo, holding hands. I like that.
Yes, of course. It's like the line of the Sherpa track, you know.
I can't, because I'm not.
Os nossos agradecimentos, painel muito bom e muito animado. Vamos à foto. E quero convidar, por favor, diretor Andrei Polejak. Please. O Andrei também, por favor.
This is the troika. Come, Andrei. We're all mixed. We're all mixed. I think for me we change.
Foto muito simbólica, parabéns. Nesse mesmo clima, com os senhores e senhoras aqui ao palco. Nesse mesmo clima, para o encerramento do seminário, as considerações finais da diretora Janice e do diretor Andrei. Eles farão as considerações finais e irão declarar encerrado o seminário.
We'll change the setup. Yeah. Well, we have this microphone, right? No? We will say a few words, but before you dismiss, we would like to take a photo. I don't know we are that many, but I mean, that's the photo that we wish to have taken. Well, Andrei, what to say?
Well done.
It's been a memorable year for us, of much work, good friendship, but firstly and foremost, full of inspiration. It's been our first months of existence at INPO, and we were rewarded with this mission. It was a reward, a real reward. And our ability to navigate complex challenges, there were some, has never been short on inspiration. And we are very lucky that we have found this new jargon of not passing the baton or the torch, but igniting a flame and holding it together, or like the mariners would say, steering the boat together. So we have one expression in the Brazilian Navy. I worked for the Brazilian Navy for many years. That says, está queimando. South Africa, you're in charge, but we are with you.
So thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Can you all come here to the stage so we can have a final picture of the warriors that stayed till the end?
Before that, Andre, I think we have to thank our sponsors.
Oh, absolutely. Bureaucracy. I'm sorry about that.
And we, yeah, but the bureaucracy is an important
Yes,
one.
yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
if not for Admiral Wilkes, we would not be here in Fundação Getúlio Vargas and Sergio and Lorena and Isabella and Rachel. It's been really, really, really our word of thanks to Fundação Getúlio Vargas,
And Bruna,
to,
and Jorge.
to Ocean Pact, the company that is always with us in our endeavors. What's the name of Vania's?
O hub lusófono da década.
That's
The
it.
Lusophone hub of the ocean decade.
That is correct. And INPO. And
And
our
us,
institute.
yes.
Because we have
Thank
worked
you,
a lot.
Janice.
Thank you, Andre. we've really put a lot of our energy and our blood to have those meetings happening. We had 2 of them this year. One was fully devoted to the Ocean Climate Nexus. And this one that was a more ample, more broad in scope. And we just hope that this is the tip of the iceberg, that we will have highly successful meetings for the years to come. And Juliet has provided us with a figure already. It won't be too long. In March, we'll all go to South Africa to have the South African multi-dialogue kickoff meeting. All right. Now the photo.
All right, everybody, just up in the stage, please. Let's take a picture. Vamos tirar uma foto, por favor, todos ao palco.
Quanto tempo?